invocation. Will all members please stand? The invocation tonight is being given by Councilmember Robert Swope.
Please bow your heads. Father, thank you. Thank you for the freedom to share ideas. Thank you for the patience to understand an opposing view. Thank you for the ability to gather tonight and with concern and empathy, grow to compromise on issues that conflict all of us. We pray you look upon this council, this city, this state, and the United States of America with favor. We pray that favor will continue for all members of our community throughout the generations of Nashvillians, both here and yet to come. Bless all who share tonight's deliberations. Amen.
You may be seated. Pledge of Allegiance. And now we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now you may be seated. Without objection, we'll suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting of August 21? Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Now we will move to communications from the mayor. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
Yes, Madam President, there is a message from the mayor. Dear President Pro Tem Allen and members of council, tonight is an exciting night for the future of our city. As you know, tonight's Major League Soccer stadium votes have been almost a year in the making. When the council approved the Conditional Sports Authority revenue bond resolution last November for a new soccer stadium at the fairgrounds, the negotiated deal was touted as being unlike any other previous professional sports deal in Nashville, because the MLS team is bearing the brunt of the cost for the stadium debt and is responsible for all cost overruns. I am pleased to say that the deal has since only gotten better for the city. I met with John Ingram soon after I took office, and I told him that I thought more than the nominal rent identified in the November 2017 council bond resolution for the 10-acre mixed-use development was needed. I also told him that I thought some level of commitment to the community was important regarding the 10 acres. Mr. Ingram and his fellow investors took this to heart and proposed substantive rent payments for the 10 acres, as well as negotiated a community benefits agreement that provides tremendous value to the community and the city. In fact, there is a net present value gain to the city of $5.4 million over and above the appraised value of the land after incorporating the ground lease rent, affordable and workforce housing, and the cultural space and amenities associated with the community benefits agreement. I am proud of the work done by Stand Up Nashville and the team to execute the first community benefits agreement in Nashville. While I know the negotiations were lengthy and tough, the parties reached consensus and signed an agreement that will guarantee minority business opportunities, create affordable housing, and provide needed safety protections for our workers. This agreement will have a lasting impact, ensuring our entire community will benefit from the MLS stadium development. I urge all 30 Metro Council members who signed the Community Benefits Agreement pledge on August 7th to vote in favor of the legislation tonight. Tonight is the time to act. I dare say that no public project in the history of the metropolitan government has received more public participation and scrutiny than the proposed MLS stadium and mixed-use development at the fairgrounds. I am asking you to vote in favor of the various soccer-related legislative items tonight without any deferrals, and to vote against the referendum resolution. We were elected by our constituents to be leaders, make decisions, and to act. I firmly believe that this project is good for the metropolitan government and is good for Nashville, and I respectfully request your approval. Sincerely, David Briley, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we'll move to elections and confirmations. I'd like to begin with an announcement that there are 2 vacancies on the Health and Educational Facilities Board. There's a letter on your desk explaining the process. In brief, you will be asked to submit nominations at our next regular council meeting on September 18th to fill those vacant seats. Questionnaires for the nominees must be submitted to the Metro Clerk by September 25th, and we will vote at the Tuesday, October 2nd meeting. Those nominees will be asked to come to the Rules Committee before then. And now we'll move on to the reappointment of Mrs. Eileen Behan for the term expiring September 4th, 2022. Councilmember Haywood.
Thank you. First, we have from the Rules, Confirmation, and Elections Committee, we have the Charter Revision Commission, which we interviewed Ms. Eileen Behan. Hers is a reappointment for a term expiring September the 4th of 2022. We voted 5 in favor of and 0 against. I move for confirmation.
Thank you. You've heard the motion for confirmation of Ms. Eileen Behan to the Charter Revision Committee. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Next, for the Charter Revision Commission, we have the reappointment of Mr. Dewey Brandstetter, Jr. for a term expiring September the 4th of 2022. We voted 5 in favor of and 0 against.
Thank you. Mr. Jameson, I have 2019. Can you confirm which that is? 2022, pardon me. You've heard the nomination for the confirmation of Mr. Dewey Brandstetter for a term ending September 4th, 2022 to the Charter Revision Committee. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Next, we'll move on to the Hospital Authority.
Yes, the Hospital Authority. We have the reappointment of Mr. Richard Manson for a term expiring September the 6th of 2023. We voted 5 in favor of and 0 against, and I move for confirmation.
You heard the motion for confirmation of Mr. Richard Manson to the Hospital Authority. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Next, for the Hospital Authority, we have the appointment of Dr. Herman Williams for a term expiring September the 6th of 2019. Dr. Williams will fill the unexpired term of Ms. Sarah Finley. We voted 5 in favor of and 0 against, and I move for confirmation.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Dr. Herman Williams to the Hospital Authority. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Will you please stand as I call your name for the Charter Revision and remain standing? Charter Revision Commission, Ms. Eileen Behan, Mr. Dewey Brandstetter, Mr. Richard Manson, Dr. Herman Williams for the Hospital Authority. On behalf of the entire Metro Council, I want to express our appreciation for you to serve and to volunteer your time and expertise. Thank you very much. Now we'll move to bills on public hearings. We're happy to hear from the public on each bill. You will be given 3 minutes, during which time we will ask you to begin by sharing your name and address. We do ask you that you do not repeat what others have shared and to please be respectful of all parties. The first item is BL 2018-1279, sponsors Mendez and Syracuse, amends the Metro Code relative to the definition of alternative financial services and financial institution and location restrictions. Councilmember Mendez.
Request to open the public meeting.
Would all those in favor please raise your hand? Any opposed, please raise your hand. Seeing none, I think, in either side, I now close the public hearing. Was that in opposition? Would you like to speak in favor? Okay. Seeing no one who wishes to speak, I now close the public hearing. Mr. Mendez.
Move approval on second reading.
Been moved and seconded. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1287, sponsors Kendall, changes 0.22 acres from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 2014 Georgia Avenue. Councilmember Kendall.
Thank you. I'd like to open public hearing, please.
Thank you. Would all those in favor please raise your hand? Any opposed, please raise your hand. Seeing none on either side, I now close the public hearing. Councilmember Kendall.
Move approval.
It's been moved and seconded. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1288, sponsors Withers, amends the Metro Code pertaining to parking requirements for certain types of uses. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item is deferred pending a Planning Commission hearing to be scheduled. Thank you.
Motion is deferred. Do we need to vote on that? So, motion is deferred. Next is BL 2018-1305. Sponsor is Councilmember Van Rees. This amends 51.64 acres of a specific plan for properties located at 272, 288, 296 Broadmoor Drive, 329, 341, and 349 Ben Allen Road to permit a mixed-use development with a maximum of 321 multifamily residential units and a maximum of 101 square feet of non-residential uses. Councilmember Van Rees.
Open the public hearing, please.
Thank you. Would those in favor please raise your hand? Thank you. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, I see hands on both sides. Would anyone in favor like to speak, please? Public table.
Good evening, Councilman. I'm Kim Hawkins with Hawkins Partners Landscape Architects here representing Christian Parrow for this development. This plan, this SP, modifies an SP that was passed in 2017 by increasing the amount of square footage from 63,000 to 101,000 square feet of non-residential uses. That represents a charter school recommended for that property. So it is a school that actually has a far reduced parking requirement than the previous commercial uses were. The conditions of the SP include roadway improvements and signage consistent with schools and school safety requirements, and changing the phasing of this so that the school could be put in earlier in phase 1B of the overall project. It is consistent with all of the community plans and consistent with the previous SP. So I ask your approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else in favor wish to speak? Seeing none, would those in opposition wish to speak? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Councilmember Van Rees.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember?
Yes, I thank you very much for the opportunity and appreciate the explanation in regard to the change and particularly on the community involvement on this particular project. This is part of the trail-oriented development project between Ben Allen and Broadmoor. The change is on the Ben Allen side, and should the school require it, it is part of the conditions for a traffic signal to be added to the Hart exit there at Ellington Parkway. And with that, I ask for your approval on second reading.
Been moved and seconded. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1306, sponsor is Hastings. Changes 1.30 acres from R8 to SP zoning for property located at 926 West Trinity Lane to permit up to 16 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Hastings.
Thank you very much, Madam Pro Tem. Would like to open the public hearing.
Would all those in favor please raise your hand? Thank you. Any opposed? Seeing no one in opposition, would those in favor wish to speak? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Councilmember Hastings.
Yes, ma'am. Would like to move for approval.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1307, sponsor is Kendall, changes 0.19 acres from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1724 Dr. D.B. Todd Jr. Boulevard. Councilmember Kendall.
Thank you. I'd like to open public hearing, please.
Would all those in favor please raise your hand? Any opposed? Seeing no one on either side, I close the public hearing. Councilmember Kendall.
Move approval.
Been moved and seconded. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1308, sponsors Sledge, changes 1.68 acres from IR to MULA zoning for properties located at 500 and 516 Hagan Street. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. Please open the public hearing.
Thank you. Would all those in favor please raise your hand? Those opposed? Seeing none on either side, I close the public hearing. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. I move approval.
Is there a second? Yeah. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Bill is recommended. Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1309. Sponsor is Murphy. Approved with conditions, disapproved without. Changes 1.92 acres from IR to SP zoning for property located at 405 40th Avenue North to permit a non-residential development. Councilmember Murphy.
So I need to double check with Council Jameson and planning. I believe there's an amendment that substantially changes this bill and needs to be re-referred to the Planning Commission.
That's generally true. So when you have a recommendation from Planning Commission and a subsequent SP comes along, if it's considered less restrictive than the Rule 21 provides, that you can proceed as long as you re-refer it to the Planning Commission.
So do I need to put the amendment on and then send it to the Planning Commission, or just send them paper clipped over?
You can do both. Typically, if you amend it, assuming it's an amendment you want, then it shows up to them in one document instead of two, but you have options.
All right, then I would like to move the amendment and then defer the public hearing and re-refer to planning. So
It's been moved and seconded. Seeing no discussion, all those in, is there, the Planning Commission is not, we do not have the amendment.
the amendment is not in our plan, in our packet? Well, then I guess I would like to defer this bill to another meeting.
Okay, so we will defer one meeting.
There we go. Thank you.
We will have to defer to the next public hearing, so that will be a two-meeting deferral because it's on public hearing. I see assent. Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded for a two-meeting deferral. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Bill is deferred, two meetings. Next is BL 2018-1310. Sponsor is Hastings. Changes 10.33 acres from RM4 to SP zoning for properties located at 2423 Buena Vista Pike and Buena Vista Pike unnumbered, west of Tucker Road, to permit 69 multifamily units. Councilmember Hastings.
Thanks again, Madam Pro Tem. Would like to open the public hearing.
Thank you. Would all those in favor please raise your hand? Any opposed, please raise your hand. Seeing none on either side, I close the public hearing. Councilmember Hastings.
Thank you again, Madam Pro Tem. Would like to move for approval.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Bill passes. Next is BL 2018-1311. Sponsors Hall changes 0.89 acres from RS15 to SP zoning for property located at 3606 Fairview Drive to permit 5 lots with two-family lots for a total of 7 residential units. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I'd like to open public hearing.
Thank you. Would all those in favor please raise your hand? Thank you. Would any opposed raise your hand? Seeing none in opposition, would those in favor like to speak? I believe not. Seeing no one approaching the lectern, I now close the public hearing. Councilmember Hall.
Move for approval, please.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1312. Sponsor is Hagar. Amends 27.81 acres of a specific plan for properties located at 915 and 921 Robertson Road to permit 300 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Hagar.
Public hearing, please.
Would all those in favor please raise your hand? Any opposed, raise your hand. Seeing none on either side, I close the public hearing. Councilmember Hagar.
Move for passage, please.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Now we are on consent agenda resolutions and resolutions. The following resolutions are on the consent agenda. Please let me know if you want any of these taken off. RS 2018-1367, 1368, RS 2018-1377, 1378, 1379, 1380, 1381, 1382, 1383, 1384, RS 2018-1387, and 1388. Is there any request to take any of those off the consent agenda? Seeing none, I will read the captions. RS 2018, oops, let me start with the right one. 1367, sponsors Vercher approves an amendment to a grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance and Administration to the Metro Police Department to support the provision of mental health services and criminal justice system advocacy to victims of violent crime. RS 2018-1367, sponsors Vercher and Van Reese, approves a grant from the Tennessee Department of Transportation to the Davidson County Sheriff's Office to provide litter pickup along state and county roads and educational litter abatement and prevention. RS 2018-1377, sponsors Vercher, authorizes the Metro Department of Law to compromise and settle the claims of Amy Elizabeth Guy against Janie Romines in the amount of $115,000. RS 2018-1378, sponsors Vercher, authorizes the Metro Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claim of Stacy Vance Hall in the amount of $13,750. RS 2018-1379, sponsors Vercher, approves an Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant from the United States Department of Justice to the Metro Police Department for specialized training and equipment to ensure personnel maintain needed certifications for criminal investigation and crime reduction initiatives. RS 2018-1380, sponsors Vercher and Withers, approves a grant from the Tennessee Department of Labor and Workforce Development to the Nashville Career Advancement Center to establish programs and services to be used for the youth program. RS 2018-1381, sponsors Vercher, Elrod, and Anthony Davis, approves a contract between Metro and the Department of Public Works and Red River Waste Solutions, LP, for weekly collection of waste in Districts 7, 8, and 9. RS 2018-1382, sponsors Vercher and Elrod, approves a grant from the Tennessee Department of Transportation to the Metro Nashville Public Works Department to conduct a comprehensive litter awareness and reduction campaign involving various community partners and a roundtable of government agencies. RS 2018-1383, sponsors Vercher and Bedney, approves an agreement between the United States Department of the Army and the Metro Department of Water and Sewage Services to provide relocation assistance for the Mill Creek Flood Risk Project in Davidson County. RS 2018-1384, sponsors Haywood, approves the election of notaries public for Davidson County. RS 2018-1387, sponsors Bedney, Mendez, and others, recognizes Anna Escobar and Jenny Pupo Walker for their historic elections on August 2nd, 2018. RS 2018-1388, sponsors Elrod, recognizes the Metro Nashville Public Works Department for receiving the American Public Works Association accreditation designation. And now we need committee reports. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Madam President. Budget and Finance recommended approval for RS 2018-1377 through 1383, 1340 0 against.
Thank you. Personnel, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. The Personnel, Public Information, Human Relations, and Housing Committee met this afternoon and considered Resolution RS 2018-1380. 1380, and recommended in favor 6, in favor 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Public Safety Beer and Regulated Beverages voted 4 in favor and 0 against for 1367, 1368, and 1379.
Thank you. Public Works, Councilmember Elrod.
Public Works recommended approval of Resolution 1381, 82, 83, and 88, 8 in favor, 0 against. Madam President, is Resolution 1385 on the consent?
It is not on consent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Rules, confirmations, and public elections. Councilmember Haywood.
Yes, we reviewed Resolution 2018-1384. It met with approval, 4 in favor of and 0 against. Resolution 2018-1385, we deferred it by rule.
Right.
Okay. Resolution 2018-1386, we approved it 6-4 and 0 against. Resolution 2018-1387, it was approved 4 in favor of and 0 against.
Thank you. And now we go back to resolutions that were not on consent. I'm sorry.
Well, having said that, thank you. All reports are in, and I move for approval of all on the consent agenda.
Consent agenda. Been moved and seconded. All in favor of the consent agenda? Any opposed? Thank you. Now we'll go back to those that are not on consent. First is RS 2018-1328, sponsors Schulman and Sledge. This issues general obligation bonds of the metropolitan government in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $50 million. Councilmember Schulman.
Thank you, Madam President. I am going to defer to Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask so that we can take all the bills together, that we roll this resolution behind BL 2018-1291.
Right. Without objection, we will take RS 2018-1328, 1373, just those two, correct? Relating to the soccer, and the others are not relating to that.
If the body so chooses, yes.
Any objections? How many objections do we need? 2? 2 objections.
Okay, well, I'll just make, so in that case, I'll just make my motion or my request to just move 1328, just the bond resolution, to behind 2018-1291.
Okay, we need committee reports.
Oh, on the bond, okay, committee reports on 2018-1328, please.
28, correct. Councilmember Vercher.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 8-4, 2 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Slope.
Codes, Fairs, Farmers Market, recommended approval, 5-4, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Madam President. Conventions, Tourism, and Public Entertainment voted 5-4 and 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Sledge.
I'd renew my request just to roll 2018-1328 behind 2018, Bill 2018-1291, please.
So he was changing his motion to do just this one resolution. I had added the 2 together. So we're back to, is there any objection to just moving this one resolution after the bill? Are there any objections? Seeing no objections to moving only this resolution, we will move it after BL, remind me of the
2018-1291.
2018-1291. So that moves us to RS 2018-1373. Sponsors Cooper and Vercher. Calls for a countywide referendum election regarding the issuance of bonds and secured by revenues of the metropolitan government for the construction of a new Major League Soccer stadium at the Fairgrounds, Nashville, and appropriates an amount not to exceed $50,000 from the undesignated fund balance of the general fund of the General Services District to provide the necessary funds for the referendum. Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Madam President. I call for committee reports and move substitute B.
Thank you. We'll begin with the committee reports. That's Budget and Finance. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you so much. Budget and Finance recommended approval for substitute B, 12-4, 0 against, and recommended disapproval as substituted, 12-4 disapproval, 5 against.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 7, my math, 7-4 disapproval, 5 against.
7, thank you. Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you very much. We are about to issue $1 billion in bonds later this year. we may be downgraded. I mean, we had a heck of a time paying interest last June.
I
in
believe you
this
need to move the
budget.
substitute first.
Okay, well, I thought that's where we were. I moved the substitute B.
You just need to hear the words, yes, sir. Okay.
Okay,
so-
there we are. Okay.
Now you're recognized.
Well, I mean, the reason for this referendum, I mean, it's fundamental to the charter, us consulting the voters. But there's a big problem here for all of us because we're about to issue $1 billion in bonds. I mean, that's like so much more than we've ever issued. And here in the last few months of this year, we may be downgraded. So putting this question to the people is protecting you. Because when you're downgraded, the public would have every right to blame you, all of us here, and having the public's permission to do this is fundamental and good government. Now, Miami just passed this referendum this weekend on their soccer deal. The two soccer deals are very similar. They trust their citizens. The team thanked the council for putting it on the referendum there, and we seem to be afraid of ours, frankly. The referendum is healing, and if you're going to have a massive public investment go to a private party, which is what this is, you should put that on a referendum and get the permission to do that. And if you're going to end the life of our current fairgrounds after 100 years and spend $50 million of GO money in order to facilitate that, get the public's approval. This is a divided community out there. It's easily healed by the public's approval. Now, this is the most loved public land. How do you say that? Well, it is for the longest and by the most people that have used that. And for us to give that as an incentive for an entertainment venture, okay, but get the public's approval. And whether we pay an additional $50 million to facilitate that incentive, okay, but get the public's approval. Anything that you do because you are afraid of what they might say, then don't do that. Get the public's approval. This is not hard. There's an election in November. This is in our year of elections. Let's go ahead and with almost no marginal cost, you can get the healing, transparency, and disinfectant to all of this process. And again, for 100 years, this has been the most loved public land in our city, used by the most people, and it's ending up as an incentive and a private deal for entertainment. Okay, but get the public's approval. So all of us here, in the face of this $1 billion, however you vote on these other votes tonight, this is the right vote, the healing vote, and the vote that has the ability to bring the community back together again so that in the future you're not going to have so many of us feeling so harmed, so ignored, as is happening in this discussion by the affirmative reaching down and dividing our community by a taking of public land as an incentive for an entertainment venture. However worthy, that is what it is. Thank you, Madam
Do you
Chairman.
want to explain your substitute so we can vote on that?
The substitute has been approved by our bond counsel and our law department. This is a relatively technical area. The Election Commission also has an open ballot to put things in on the November vote. Now, I'm not going to say that the language that is in Substitute B is that transparent itself, because it's clearly written by a lawyer for lawyers. But it is effective, and it is the authorization for the people to decide on spending their money. Now, overall, this soccer deal is like $300 million. $225 million of revenue bonds, 50 in GO bonds. We've already spent 12. You've got at least 20. And the land incentive, that is large enough that it should require the public involvement, as just happened in Miami. So again, anything that you're doing that you're going, well, we fear
Thank
the
you,
people,
Councilmember.
don't do that.
So we have a number of people in the queue. Is this on the substitute? We need to vote on the substitute before we actually debate the bill as substituted. Are any of the people who are in the queue debating the merits of the substitute? Or shall we go ahead and vote on the substitute? I believe, Mr. Jameson, can you just state the difference between
By a
the...
show of hands, if no one wants to speak on the substitute, you could vote on the substitute, then move on.
And then we'll move on. That's correct. Okay, I believe the substitute is a fairly technical change, so if no one raises your hand that you want to speak on the substitute specifically, we'll vote on the substitute and then move to our discussion. Okay, seeing we are voting on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. To the substitute.
You can't tell, you'll want to go to the board.
Need a...
You can't tell. Was that clear to you?
It was clear to me. Okay. The substitute passes. We are now having debate on the bill as substituted. So, Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I find it somewhat fascinating. We had a letter tonight telling us that we're elected to do these things. Well, back in 2011, the people said that they wanted to go determine what the fairgrounds was supposed to be and what they wanted to see happen with it. And so they were very clear, not by 51 or 52%, over 70% said that don't mess with the fairgrounds. Well, that's not good enough for us because, gosh, we just have to keep picking at things in here. And so when we aren't able to give the cost of living adjustments last year in the budget, when we certainly will face the same dilemma and even greater in the upcoming budget, then all of a sudden we seem to be flush with money in order to do these deals. But we all know we're not. So at the end of the day, I think, Mr. Jameson, at the end of the 2011, it said 27 votes or by referendum, doesn't it? It gives that option.
Charter amendment.
Charter amendment, yeah. So here's the bottom line. We don't hurt ourselves by voting this and supporting it because we're going to let the public have their say. And if the public decides that they want to change their minds, then we'll honor that. I can happily honor that because the voters have told us what they want, not a few of us in here telling them what they're going to have and what they're going to get. And so therefore, you don't make a mistake by supporting this. All you're doing is honoring what they asked us to do back in 2011. Leave it alone unless they want to change it. So with that, I'll be supporting this resolution. Again, there's not a downside here. We're letting the voters decide what they want. And if they tell us that they want to do away with fairgrounds as it exists today, then we'll honor it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a couple questions. One is probably for Mr. Jameson. The other is likely for the sponsor here. All right, so if this were to result in a successful referendum, and then were disapproved, I'm a little confused about how all the moving parts interrelate, right? This is, my reading of the substitute is that we would put to the voters just the $50 million in general obligation bonds. And so with this body having already approved revenue bonds, and then if, again, depending on how various votes we take tonight go, how do all those things add up if and when the referendum is put to the voters, actually, I guess, whether passage or defeat at the ballot box occurs. And then for the sponsor, I guess, maybe that's my question here is, I hear the let the public weigh in piece, but again, if I'm looking somewhat at this, I'm curious about where our threshold is, right? We don't know yet at this moment in the meeting whether or not a 27 vote threshold will be upheld for demolition of any properties at the fairgrounds. We also, if we establish a new threshold at $50 million as our kind of benchmark for how much of Metro's bonding capacity is put to voters, I'm trying to get a sense of where this fits in the scheme of things from scope and propriety of when we take specific projects to the voters. And I'd love to hear the sponsor speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So in terms of the practical effect of passage and how it works with the other legislation in front of you, You have the resolution for the GO bonds. By state law, those are the items that are subject to a referendum because they are payable by the ad valorem taxes, the property taxes, essentially. You have the GO bond that we've deferred a little bit further down the agenda, 1328. Should the current referendum resolution pass, that becomes the GO bond language. It supplants 1328. It replaces it. You still have three other ordinances, essentially the rezoning, the demolition and ticket tax, and the declaration of surplus and the lease approval. Those are not trumped by this resolution by law, but you would still, as a practical matter, have three ordinances that could proceed despite a referendum that's coming up in November. So although they're not immediately deleted or deferred by law, any action on them that's taken by the team would be at the team's risk, and they would be ill-advised to proceed until after November 6th. If November 6th the referendum comes and is adopted, that is binding on all of the ordinances passed by this council or not.
And the same for the revenue bonds, effectively?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. So I think we should continue to have a robust discussion on this, but I would think that we'd want to do it kind of within the context of the other bills, which is why I rolled the resolution, the bond resolution, to with the other package. So with all due respect, I'm going to make a motion to roll this resolution behind RS 2018-1328.
So that requires suspension of Rule 1. So
That will require suspension of Rule 1.
Well, I would request to suspend Rule 1 to move Resolution 2018-1373 behind 2018-1328.
Is there an objection? I see one. I see several. There's an objection.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and speak to the content of the resolution. So there is an issue with doing this. The $50 million that's proposed in the GO bond that we're going to take up later, that resolution, $25 million of that goes toward stadium infrastructure improvement, and $25 million of that goes to fairgrounds infrastructure and building improvements. Improvements we're talking about, including what we were just talking about with new expo and flea market facilities. If this is to be delayed, put on a referendum for something that I'll get to is highly unusual, all of a sudden we're pushing back the whole schedule of things that we've already been saying that we're going to do when it comes to these new facilities. And we have amendments, and we have resolutions, and we have bills regarding the scheduling of all that to try and make sure we're respecting all the existing uses. Voting for a resolution that would delay the funding for improvements of the fairgrounds is fundamentally a bill that is against the fairgrounds, because you're voting to delay much needed infrastructure and building funding. So putting that aside, put fairgrounds aside, I think there's a very obvious reason why this GO bond issue is going, is proposed to go to a referendum, while the GO bond issues that we've done for the last decade through capital spending plans, including $18 million that has gone toward this property for improvements that nobody even thought to put those toward referendum. Hundreds, if not $1 billion in GO bonds that have been issued over the last decade haven't been put to voters because, well, we felt that that was our responsibility. We felt that we were the ones who were supposed to be working on capital spending plans and capital improvement budgets, and this one gets singled out. Well, why do you think it gets singled out? I would ask that council members consider, if voters went to a referendum that talked to them about GO bonds, and the sponsor himself has mentioned that it's not exactly the clearest language in the world, that they're going to think that they're voting on an entire project. They're going to think that they are voting on everything that we're going to be discussing here tonight, when it's simply not true. They'll be voting on the issuance of municipal bonds about portions of project that may or may not go forward based on, regardless of their vote. So in my mind, I think that this is an issue that we need to be taking up here. It is absolutely tied to everything else that we're going to be discussing tonight. And I think it's more appropriate that we have that discussion here instead of sending out a very unclear message and an unclear ballot resolution that won't do what it's going to purport to do. I would ask that you disapprove this resolution.
Thank you. Councilmember Hagar.
I rise in support of this referendum. I'll tell you why. We just went through this a year or two ago over the Fort Nigley. That's a historical area, and we wanted to put a private development on that. And that was voted down eventually by this council. The fairgrounds is a historical area also, in my opinion. It's been there for over 100 years. I've been going to it ever since I was small. And when we had the Titan Stadium come here, we voted on, put it on the referendum for the voters to decide whether we would have a Titans football stadium here. That voted, as I recall, was about 65% in favor of the Titans Stadium. What is the difference in putting this on a referendum and letting the voters vote for it? It's their property, it's their land, it's their tax money. Let them vote for it. I don't understand why this group can't allow this referendum to go through and let the voters have a say in this development. Thank you.
Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I rise not in support of this referendum. There's a lot of reasons why that's the case, but we are elected to make these decisions. I agree with Councilman Sledge. You know, we've had millions of dollars of GO bonds that come before us, and we have yet to put one of them on a referendum. We can't even really, if you look back at the 2011 referendum, we can't even decide at this body what it even says. I'll read to you what was on the ballot that I voted for in 2011. It says it shall be the duty of the Board of Fair Commissioners to continue to conduct all activities being conducted on the premises of the Tennessee State Fairgrounds as of December 31st, 2010. This shall include, but is not limited to, the State Fair and all these other things that we're talking about. So it doesn't limit what you can do there, but I can't begin to tell you how many people have told me that it does limit that. Nothing else can go there. So I don't even know that we know what was on the 2011 ballot, and then we're going to go put this to a referendum as well. It's $50 million in GO bonds, but it all ties together. It's a very important part of the whole piece and the whole package. And we've spent months studying this. And if it goes to a referendum, it's going to be a campaign of sound bites. And that's what's going to rule the day. Constituents cannot be expected to study this at the level that we as council members are expected to dive into this. They cannot be expected to do that. I've had my constituents come to me and tell me the very same thing. So I do not support this being put to a referendum, and I will not be voting for this.
Thank you. Councilmember Pardue.
Don't panic. This is not going to take long. And I wished I had the speaking class that most of these folks in here has got. I don't have it, so you're going to have to put up with what I got to say. I woke up at 2 o'clock this morning thinking about this, and my daddy come to mind. He was a poor, uneducated, good, honest man. And he used to tell the family, if you got cheated out of something, or if you got duped on a deal, he would say, well, bless his heart. Well, if this passes tonight, what we're telling the people of Nashville is bless your damn heart, because you've been duped.
Councilmember Henderson. I'd like to remind people this is not a public hearing. This is council debate, and we ask you to remain silent in the chamber. Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I rise in support of this resolution. I understand the distinction that Councilman Sledge is trying to make as it relates specifically to the language being about the GO bonds, the $50 million for the fairgrounds improvements and all the ancillary stuff related to it. It is inextricably linked to the broader project, and as such, it will be a referendum on the project. So why are we afraid to let the people decide about this? And as it relates to the timing and the sequencing of the project, November 6th is in 8 weeks. So I'm just not sure what why that is such a huge delay in the scheme of things. And I think what it speaks to is the assumption that this is a foregone conclusion and the fix is in and it's already been done. So I would reiterate what Councilman Cooper said. You know, unlike some of my colleagues, I do think, frankly, that MLS could potentially work at the fairgrounds site, not with those 10 acres. And I appreciate the information that we have received and all the due diligence that we all have done. But I still arrive at a place where, regrettably, it's not a project that I could support. And thus, I think it would be helpful to us all and to the community to know what our citizens think about this. So I would encourage you all, even if you do support this project, that, you know, what is the harm in letting the people vote on it? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Elrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's been said of, why don't we put this on the ballot and let folks vote on giving away land, let them vote on the soccer stadium, but legally. And I think it's important whether we believe it represents something or not. Legally, it represents just the $50 million on GO bonds for improvements for the fairgrounds, not the soccer stadium specifically, but for the entire campus. And so to go to the ballot and vote against this, you would literally, legally be voting against $50 million in improvements against the fairgrounds, where people that are opposed to the stadium will be saying that you're voting against the stadium. You're actually voting against legally improvements for the fairgrounds. I think that's important, because whatever we want to put representations on what this referendum would mean or not mean, what it actually means, I think, is the most important part in trying to be honest and transparent to our constituents and to the city. Additionally, the charter, as Councilman Pulley was stating, while there is difference of opinion of what people believe it says or doesn't say, no matter what the referendum says or what people want to represent of what it says about the soccer stadium, even if the referendum were to pass, the council eventually would have the ultimate say of whether to build the soccer stadium where it's proposed, no matter what the referendum says, because of the 27 vote threshold. And I think that's important, because there's a realistic scenario where the referendum could pass, say 51-49 or 60-40 or whatever number you want to come up with, but it still needs to get 27 votes in the council. And so we could literally, theoretically, pass something on a referendum that is represented as approving the soccer stadium, but yet we could vote against it at this council. So I think the referendum speaks clearly that the council has the final say, and that's what the charter amendment, I believe, says. If we could put the entire project on the ballot, I could possibly be for that, but that's not what this does legally. And I think it's important for folks to know that. This is not voting on the soccer stadium. This is only putting on the ballot $50 million in soccer improvements, or excuse me, did it myself even. Putting $50 million in improvements for the fairgrounds. That's what, and I want to put $50 million of improvements in the fairgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Haywood.
I just want to stand in favor of the intellect of our constituents. I don't think we should discount how intellectual our constituents are, and I just had to stand and say that.
Thank you. Councilmember Bedney.
Thank you. I really question the timing of this. Councilmember Glover, for example, has been with me in the council for 7 years. Councilmember Cooper has been 2 years here. They could have filed this legislation any time in the last 7 years, 2 years, and we will already have the funding to repair all these buildings that are badly in need of repair. So I agree with Councilmember Elrod. The priority here, the urgency, is to fix this building so they will last another 100 years. They are buildings that were built temporarily after the fire. They were not meant to survive, and they were haphazardly laid down on the site. because of my background in architecture, I can tell you that we can do it much better, more efficiently. Anyway, so if this could have been done any time, if we could have filed this any time, why now? And the only thing that I think comes to mind is that they want to derail this deal, that they want to delay it to the point that it just goes away. And so personally, I think that the referendum will fail because Mayor Briley got overwhelmingly elected with a platform of doing this. So I think the majority of Nashville actually agrees with this. So why doing this? Well, it's an effort to drag it out and to delay it even further. And what happens if that happens? We have the majority of the people in Nashville that wants this project will be disenfranchised because even though they end up voting for it, the deal may not happen. So I want to call your attention to that point. I mean, we are wanting to be democratic and representative and give people an opportunity to be part of something, but we are using this as a gimmick to kill a deal. And that is just not right, and so I'm going to vote against this.
Thank you. Councilmember Scott Davis.
Mr. Jameson, I have a question for you, sir. Okay? And I want to make sure I'm clear here, okay? So if I'm not, please forgive me, sir. All right. The council has the right, okay, no matter 100, right now, 100 million, 50 million, $10 million to ask for GO bonds to do improvements. Is that correct?
Correct.
So hypothetically, okay, if I needed to do a GO bond for sidewalks in districts 1, 2, and in South Nashville, or for other improvements that's badly needed in the city, this council can do that themselves, be it 27 votes, 21 votes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So tomorrow, or next time we meet, I can ask, with the help of my colleagues, for $20 million in GO bonds, you know, for certain parts of the city, excluding mine, okay? But there's places all over, places in Madison, North and South Nashville that need improvements. And so this body can legally do that. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
That's what I need to know. Thank you.
Councilmember Withers.
Thank you. Actually, my colleague from District 5 really raises the point that gives me concern about this, which is that we have a process for going through capital improvements budgets and reviewing a capital spending plan in our county that is lengthy. It's debated. For council members, we submit things. I think our new rules are in October. It doesn't get voted on until June at the very earliest. So all of those things go through a vetting process for overall issuance of general obligation bonds for capital improvements, such as building repairs and maintenance. And what I worry about with this particular proposal to have a referendum is that what my colleague described is what this will result in, is that we will have any number of referendum ballots that we will consider for each and every capital spending plan item, and that will sort of be a chaotic process. I think that we can always talk about process improvement, but that process improvement needs to be consistent across the county so everyone understands it and that everyone can participate in it equally, and also that the numbers make sense and that we're not voting on things as they are thought of depending on how a political decision goes. My own thought about this particular one, I'm somewhat in agreement with Councilmember Bedney that if a referendum were sought for this particular proposal, that it could have been filed or considered very, very much earlier in this process than where we're at now, which to me is sort of at the very, very end stage after we've had multiple public hearings on it before different bodies and even before the council. And now finally we're going to go to a referendum vote after we've already had public hearings on the proposal, and I just feel that that's backwards. If that were the proposal, it should have been done at the beginning of this process and not at the very end when the Council has already had a lot of public feedback on it. So I will not be supporting this, this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mina Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I think, Councilmember Sledge stated, because this bond resolution is everything to do with this fairgrounds. And I would be so in favor of putting this entire project way month ago when November, when we are first asked. If we were discussing that time, it would be appropriate. But legally, strangely, because we don't know which way our fairgrounds board will go until all this SP zoning and so forth. So it seems to me deciding if put the bond resolution right now is kind of rather inappropriate for me. So it would be right action would have been discuss this particular resolution after all the fairgrounds deal is considered. One way or the other, vote down or vote up. And then we can discuss if this, or we may not even have to discuss if the fairground, resolution fails by 27 votes, because it need 27 votes to this fairground, ordinance to advance. And if it doesn't advance, we don't even have to discuss this. So I think what we are doing is kind of backwards. So we should really discuss about the fairground resolution first, and then we decide how we go about it. But since we are not discussing, so this resolution will put us really awkward position if, for one scenario, if majority of body agree this fairground deal is a good deal with considering community benefit agreement and so forth, if this body decide to move forward, this resolution will actually choke the ability to proceed new expo center or new infrastructure improvement. So it would delay, and so we are not doing any favor to any of us. So if we have to vote, unfortunately, I will have to vote no. So I wish we could go back and, put this bill behind all the fairground-related bill. Can I make that motion again, or would that be defeated? Okay.
We've done that. Thank you. Thank you. We have circled around. We have a few council members back for the second time. Councilmember John Cooper.
Thank you. And very quickly, this is not about derailing soccer. It's about listening to the voters. But what's happened? And it's not about timing. Why the timing? This is the same night as the bond resolution itself is up, by the way. But what's happened since last November, when we were all here last November? Our finance director has told us that we're broke. And for everybody who did not find the money to pay the police or the firemen because we were broke, okay. Well, if you're not going to pay them, well, then get permission from the voters for this $50 million. Okay, so, and then what's unusual about this, it's not in the CSP. We've been working on this for a year. Everybody goes, we're working on this for a year. Well, it's not in the CSP. There's not a CSP. Maybe there isn't a CSP because all of our money got spent here, and you didn't get anything for your district because we didn't have the CSP. So what this is doing is saying if you've got a special authorization, which this $50 million is, outside of our regular process, which is the CSP, then go ahead, have that extra check. Have the extra check with the voters, and particularly if you've already been told by your finance director that you're broke, and you've stiffed all these people in Nashville, Tennessee because we're broke. Okay, that's the purpose for this referendum, and that is what is changed, and that is pretty darn legitimate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember DeCosta Hastings.
Thank you. Would like to call for the question.
All in favor of calling for the question? Any opposed? Question passes. We are now ready to vote on the bill as substituted. I believe we'll just go straight to a machine vote. Madam Clerk, can you open the machines? Has everyone voted? All right, will you close the machines?
12 in favor, 25 against, and 2 abstentions.
Motion fails. Now we are on RS 2018-1385. Let me find it. Councilmember Blaylock requests grocery store operators within Davidson County to take effective measures to reduce the use and/or impact of single-use plastic carryout bags and report the measures being undertaken in this effort and encouraging the use of reusable bags by residents and businesses within Davidson County. Councilmember Blaylock.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Elrod.
Thank you, Madam President. We didn't have a letter from the sponsor, so we took no action, so defer by roll.
Defer by roll.
Thank you. Want to defer this one meeting, please?
Thank you. We'll defer one meeting. Now we are on RS 2018-1386. Sponsor is Hall. Request the Metro Sports Authority, Nashville Soccer Holdings Development, LLC, and the mayor designate Metropolitan Council District 1 as the location for any practice facility constructed for use by the proposed Major League Soccer team. Councilmember Hall. There you are.
Thank you, Madam President. Clearly, this has been discussed amongst some people, and
Committee reports.
committee report, please.
Coming up. Councilmember Sharon Hurd.
Thank you, Madam President. The Conventions, Tourism, and Public Entertainment Facilities Committee voted 6-4 and 1 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Haywood.
Rules, Confirmation, and Public Elections voted 6 in favor of and 0 against.
Thank you. Mr. Hall.
Thank you. Clearly, initially, this is a little bit tongue-in-cheek, so to speak, because this has been a conversation that's not new, but coming from a district that's considered to be a racially, ethnically concentrated area of poverty, as deemed by the MDHA and HUD report, considering that this body passed that report unanimously more than once, we're looking at this as an opportunity to create an economic catalyst for District 1. We have more than an abundance of land, and we'd like to be utilized for something other than some industrial projects. And so I think we propose or provide an excellent option or opportunity for the city and for the district to come together and create something that, again, will create an economic opportunity for that district.
Thank you. I see some people in the queue. Councilmember Scott Davis.
It was left over from last month.
Left over from last time. Where did everybody come from? Councilmember Colby Sledge, you left over from last time? You are new. Welcome back.
Thank you. I rise in support of my colleague's bill for a couple of reasons. One, I think he is fighting for his district, and I think rightfully so. I think it's got a lot of merit to it, quite honestly. And then I also wanted to add that in one of the committee conversations that we had an explicit conversation because I asked about the practice facility being in Davidson County in particular, because we have seen some franchises in other cities where the practice facility actually goes out of county. So the municipality or the county loses on what can be 10 million plus in revenue and economic impact. And I think we all want to see this stay in Davidson County, and I would particularly be pleased to see it in District 1. So I would ask colleagues to support our colleague on this resolution.
Thank you. Councilmember Hastings.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I just wanted to rise in support of my colleague here. We both represent Bordeaux and our community. Of course, he stated perfectly today about the reasons why. And the question that the community continues to ask is, why not Bordeaux? Why not come to North Nashville? We have ample amount of land, and we are the side to where all of downtown has not expanded out to. I wanted to also stand and encourage the individuals that make those decisions to properly make that decision to come over into our community, because I know that there will be other things that they will have to come back to this committee or for this council for in the future. And we look forward, and we will remember everything that is moving forward from this time forward. So at this time, we continue to push. We're working really hard to redevelop our community, especially in North Nashville and Bordeaux. We want this, and we want to move on this, and let's support our fellow council member.
Thank you. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I stand in support, too, of Councilmember Hall. Being that I grew up in District 1, even though the last couple of years I represented District 19, which was the downtown area, but know the importance of having catalysts, as he said, in activating communities. When we put the baseball park over in the 19th District in Germantown, there's no denial that it served as a wonderful catalyst, and I know that it will do the same. So I appreciate you coming in, jumping right in there, and advocating for your community. And even though I do not live there, I am from there, and I'll never forget where I came from. So I rise and stand in full support, knowing the importance of activating with certain projects communities and what this could really do to uplift the community. And we just ask for strong consideration. So thank you so much for bringing this forth.
Thank you. Councilmember Shulman.
Thank you, Madam President. I also stand, I like this idea. Been looking at it, and I think it's a good idea. I really do appreciate the fact that Councilmember Hall is working on trying to figure out ways to improve his district. I think this is a good thing. I know it's non-binding, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with the rest of the votes, but I think it's worth voting for, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bitning.
I guess I'm a broken record, but I also wanted to support our brand new brother here, council member, and I really appreciate the idea that he recognizes that the economic catalyst that soccer will do when it comes to Nashville. So I appreciate it, and I want to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dowell.
I just want to echo the same comments. As a district that has nothing but soccer fields, I would be happy to, I told him we'd be happy to donate a few of ours and move them out that way because we have no place to walk without being hit with a soccer ball. So we'll be happy to have some of those moved out your way where we can get our walking trails back. So I'm excited that he wants it. I wholeheartedly support it. And we can start tomorrow. Get some Little League teams out there. Thank you.
Councilmember Bitning.
I just wanted to clarify, we just got funded for a new multi-purpose soccer fields. I think she's referring to those fields. They are not soccer fields, they are multi-purpose soccer fields. People are welcome to play soccer there, but they can also play other sports. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Pardue.
I, too, stand in support of Councilman Hall. If I don't want soccer at the fairgrounds, I damn sure don't want it in Gillisville. So the only thing I can say is, Councilman, bless your heart.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurt.
Call for the question, please.
I just thought he was going to. All right, call for the question. You were the last one in the queue. It's been moved and seconded and discussed. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Now we are on bills on first reading. If there is no objection, we'll consider all ordinances on. Yes, sir? Pardon me? Mr. Glover.
Didn't we just vote on calling the question and we didn't actually vote?
Sorry, I'm
okay.
corrected. Sorry.
Thank you.
So we are back on the bill, 1386. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. I thought that's what we voted on. Right.
So your vote was on the bill.
Okay, the vote was on the bill. But we did it twice, so now it's really done. That's great. Now back to bills on first reading. If there's no objection, we'll consider all ordinances on first reading in one vote at this time. Is there a motion to adopt all items on first reading? Having been properly moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. On to bills on second reading. First is BL 2018-1293. Sponsor is Gilmore. This amends the Metro Code to impose a privilege tax on the sale of tickets to events at the new Major League Soccer Stadium. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I think we had a little discussion about this earlier.
Committee reports.
Oh, you know what? You're right about that. Let's do that. Let's start there. Let's start with committee reports. Committee reports, please.
Budget, Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 13-4, 0 against.
Thank you. Codes, Councilmember Swope.
Codes, Fairs, Farmers Market recommended approval, 7-4, 0 against.
Thank you. Convention, Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Madam President. Conventions, Tourism, and Public Entertainment voted 7-4 and 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you for keeping me appropriate. First, I do want to thank the three chairs of the various committees. I do think that's very important that they let the bill come forward, consider there were two similar bills on the floor. So I do appreciate that. There was one time on the council that they would just kill your bill back in the day. So I do appreciate that. So what we have is we have two bills with the same goals and the same amount of money, which is the $3, but they just do it in increments. And Councilman Sledge's came a little bit after mine. I wish we would have worked together on it, but I'm going to withdraw my bill since the other chairs worked with me on it so graciously. I appreciate that, the chairs of the committee. But once again, we had the same goal, and that was just to improve the overall infrastructure as we move forward. We know that that's important. You could do 10% of the overall ticket price, and that's regulated by the state. Same goal, just done a little bit differently. I have no problem withdrawing my bill. Once again, I would like to thank the chairs for allowing my bill to go through. And at this time, I will withdraw my bill and co-sponsor with Councilmember Sledge. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Bill is withdrawn. We'll move on to 2018-1313. Sponsor is Vercher. Approves a contract between the Mayor's Office of Economic Opportunity and Empowerment and the United Way of Metro Nashville to provide one-on-one financial counseling and other financial education activities at no charge to low-income residents. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. What we call you? I don't know. I have you want me to give the committee reports, or do you want me to? Okay.
Please.
Budget and Finance recommended approval as substituted, and the substitute 14-4, 0 against. And there is a substitute, and I would like to move the substitute.
Okay. Is there a second? All right. The substitute has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the substitute? All those in favor of the substitute? We're just talking about the substitute. We'll get to the real bill in just a second. Any opposed? Now you're on your bill as substituted.
Okay, and I'll just briefly explain what the substitute is. It's basically a strike through from referring to the Mayor's Office of Economic Opportunity and Empowerment to strictly just through the Mayor's Office. That's what the substitute is.
Thank you. We have a few council members in the queue. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. My main question here is, I know that United Way has already been active in this work and in this process. I know, too, that the Cities for Financial Empowerment have supported Nashville's effort. I think this has been one of the most important and impactful programs in the entire city, honestly, for helping people both eliminate debt and increase savings. And I guess I'd like to hear from the administration, I just want to make sure I'm reading this right, that this is extending a programmatic opportunity through United Way, but that this is not moving the entire policy of financial empowerment out of the Mayor's office. Thank you.
Your mic is on.
Councilman, that is correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you. I just stand to recuse myself, but I do think that it's an awesome bill that's being passed, because I know that those individuals that is targeted will be very pleased. And education is always good, and I am so happy to see this opportunity avail to them.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you'll make a note that Councilmember Hurt is recusing herself. Councilmember Vercher.
Move for approval.
Is there a second? Second. All right. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1314. Sponsors Cooper and Vercher. establishes a Blue Ribbon Commission consistent with annual operating budget for fiscal year 2019 to identify government efficiencies. Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports.
Let's see, Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Budget and Finance recommended a one-meeting deferral, 14 for, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Cooper.
And I propose a one-meeting deferral.
Is there a second? It's been moved to defer one meeting. All those in favor? Any opposed? Bill is deferred. Next is BL 2018-1315. Sponsor is Mendez. Creates a tax increment finance study and formulating committee. Councilmember Mendez.
Committee reports, please.
Okay.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 14 for, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendez.
I'd like to move approval with a brief explanation.
You're recognized.
Thank you. So this bill would create a tax increment financing study group. The motivation is that I think, as we all know, and we just experienced with the Donaldson TOD debate over the last couple months, there continue to be a lot of questions from the public about how tax increment financing works in Nashville. Many feel that it's opaque and not very transparent. And with the TOD concept, there's a possibility of expanding tax increment financing widely. So this would create a study group of 7 people that would have 6 months to do their work. 2 members would be appointed by MDHA, 2 by the mayor, 3 by the council. And the idea is that the study group would come up with ideas about how to possibly improve how tax increment financing operates in Nashville. The study group itself wouldn't have any authority to do anything other than make recommendations, and then it would be up to some combination of the council and MDHA to decide what to do with those. So I appreciate your support here on second reading.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I think the sponsor might have just addressed this. My reading of it saw the 6 months to submit, but I didn't. It wasn't explicit about the dissolution in Section 4. But I just want to make sure that we are. This is a process that sets a kind of a timer and does not necessarily establish a permanent new committee. Is that correct?
Councilmember Mendez.
That is certainly the intention.
Got it. And I recognize we can extend it beyond the 6 months, but I just want to confirm that this is to do a specific body of work. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Jameson, can you confirm that's what the language says?
That is the language.
Okay. Any other questions? I don't remember hearing a second. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Seeing no one else in the queue, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Now we're on bills on third reading. First up is second substitute BL 2016-414, sponsors Scott Davis. Changes 4.86 acres from R6 to SP zoning for various properties along Elvira Avenue, Manor Avenue, and Keeling Avenue to permit a maximum of 180 units. Councilmember Davis. Let me find you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask for committee reports and also move the substitute with a brief explanation.
Okay, I'll start with committee reports, planning and zoning. Councilmember Bedney.
The committee recommended approval of the substitute, 12-4-0 against, but also pass a motion to re-refer to the commission and defer for the appropriate meeting, 6-4-3 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I am not, I want to be very clear. I do not want this bill to be sent back, to the commission or the planning staff. And this is why, and I'll go into other reasons too, why we need to support this bill. In the last 2 years, while working on this, with community input, the policy has changed in the area. It was an evolving, now it's maintenance. So this bill will be disapproved regardless. Now, what has changed in the last 2 years? We started off at 280 units. We have gone down to 72 units. We've still kept the affordability aspect because we have 3-bedroom, 2 baths with our family size for less than $300,000 in the urban core, which is hardly unheard of. Second, we have a letter of support from the IBEW, which has a signed contract and signed agreements, with the builder. We support bills all the time where individuals have outside contracts. We have a CBA that we're going to be discussing coming forward, where labor is included, which affordable housing is included. This bill has changed. We've taken out Maynard Avenue in the bill, which I share with Council Lady Van Rees. That's gone. And if you look on your desk, you'll see a letter of support from the IBEW. They are saying, vote yes, don't vote no, don't abstain, because that's a no to them. And this is not my words. Mr. Shaw and his wonderful people were here today talking to a lot of us. And also there was a discussion whether I've had a community meeting or not. There's a letter letting you know I did have a community meeting. My district had a meeting about this. I live one street away from this off of Thomas Avenue, which is right around the corner. This is half a block from Trinity Lane. It butts up against the Metro Recycling Center in my neighborhood. I'm asking for your support. You love the union, we all do. We want to give them these jobs. We love affordable housing. We need 3-bedroom, 2 baths at an affordable rate. And this may be a little off subject, but I love my wife. I would not put something this close to my house to make me sleep on the couch or outside with my dog. Well, so I'm asking for your support. Labor is asking for your support. And we just celebrated Labor Day. And for that, I honor your request and ask for your approval.
Do you want to move the substitute?
I'd like to move the substitute. I apologize.
That's okay. I should remind you, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on the substitute, or shall we? Okay, we'll vote on the substitute, and then we'll come back to the people in the queue. All in favor of the substitute? Aye. Any opposed? Substitute passes. Now we're on the bill as substitute. I do have several people in the queue. Councilmember Van Rees.
Thank you very much. I appreciate how the community involved themselves in this process, both in District 5 and District 8. And part of that process was for them to come together for a policy change. This bill, as amended, has had no publicly notified meeting, has had very little conversation with neighbors. And the process is there for a process. I can't even imagine going through an SP, going through community meetings, going through the Planning Commission, going through the council, and then deciding that at the very last minute on third reading, because of a change that I'm going to be able to get in on amendment, a change to SP that changes it this dramatically in order to, by the council member's own admission, circumvent a policy change. I request for this to simply follow the process. Go back to the planning department for review, go back through the planning commission, have some meetings with the neighbors, and then let us see it again on public hearing at a later date.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. This is just a question from Mr. Jamison on process per an issue that was raised earlier. With a substantive change like this, is it effectively bound back to planning anyway?
So Rule 21 is the last sentence that typically governs here, and what that envisions is, in most instances, you'll have a bill that planning has approved, and then there's an SP change. And the question is, well, would planning still approve that? And staff makes that determination. So here, the recommendation is disapproval. There's an SP change, and so that last line of Rule 21 says, if the changes are less restrictive, you can't rely on the original recommendation. But it's a slightly different animal here because it's disapproval. So if it doesn't go back to Planning Commission, he'll be moving a disapproved bill tonight that would require 27.
I see. Thank you. I guess with that, I would encourage, as Councilor Van Rees, the sponsor, to go through the recommended process. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Hastings.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Pro Tem. I would just like to rise. I know Councilman Davis has had a lot to go on, especially within this district, especially with the zoning matters. But I want to rise and support. I am actually directly over on the other side of the street from Councilwoman Van Rees and Councilman Davis. That community is changing a great bit. I can't say that my community is doing the affordable housing thing or even bringing it down to substance. We need a source of affordable housing in this city. It's not happening too often in District 2. District 2 is way up there right now. We're selling houses at $500,000, which if we could have gotten ahead of the rim, we would have been okay. But I encourage you, if you would today, to support the councilman on this because people are looking for places to live. We have no places for them to go, especially if we're bringing it down on the level to where it is reasonable, because the rent and the cost of housing has skyrocketed and our pay has went nowhere. And we have to address that, and we need to start someplace. I'm not going to say that it's perfect or everything it's done by the, I don't know actually what's happened, because that is not necessarily my district. But I can say we do need to start someplace, and I think we need to start right here with any way that we can help out our constituents here in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I am in support of process and procedure. It will be the right thing will be to send back to Planning Commission for reevaluation. So if this, new decreased density proposal is the right location and the right type of project, it may come back as an approved bill. So that will be the right course. We have no doubt Councilman Scott Davis is working for the community. He always does and listen to the people. So that portion I'm not questioning at all. However, if you are to vote, I would like to caution my colleague. Sometimes, approving disapprove the bill or overriding Planning Commission's recommendation, you do have unintended consequences later. So the reason I'm bringing up is the Greece, bill. Later on, we will be discussing. That was originally the zone change. Previous council member changed the zoning from residential and commercial to SP, which allow open space and retail as well as industrial use. That's what previous body did. So that was disapproved 10 years ago. So now we are asked to consider grease plant on that SP rather close to residential area. That is because, as a body, it was previous body 10 years ago, but nonetheless, the body override Planning Commission's recommendation to change SP. And so this one will take 27 votes as of right now. And we have no doubt, Councilmember Scott Davis's work and so forth. But we have to be very, very vigilant and diligent what kind of bill we will be approving. Sometimes, councilman courtesy to rely on one person's decision is not good enough for the community. So I would like to, caution you if you are to decide to vote tonight. Because, yes, density is reduced, but one of the conditions, 5% of all units shall be sold or below 90% of AMI. That condition was scratched off. And as well as, there will be no no park, no greenway, no traffic study, because unit is under 100. So legally, we are not required to do the traffic study. So all of these conditions has changed. So if you were to go ahead and vote, please be mindful of this, what this project will bring.
Thank you. Councilmember Schulman.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm going to go back and check on something. So what I'm trying to do is still understand the process. It goes back to Councilmember Van Rees. Is there, and understand there may be some discrepancy in the rule, but in order to send it back to the Planning Commission, does this body have to make a motion to send it back? Or is it up to the council member to send it back?
You would, what the council would need to do would be to defer, because this is on third reading. It's not going to help matters to send it to Planning Commission if it's approved on third. So there would be a deferral. The committee made a recommendation to re-refer to commission. They did not specifically make a deferral motion. I think that was the implication for this floor. And then it would go to the Planning Commission. You could move to defer with a re-referral to the Planning Commission.
Okay, so it just has to, the body has to defer and then refer it back to the Planning Commission.
If it wants it to go to the Planning Commission, it would have to defer.
But it's not an automatic just because of the change.
Right. So you would defer and move to re-refer to the Planning Commission.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anthony Davis.
Thank you, Chair. I'm rising in support just for a couple of reasons. One, I accepted Mr. Jamison's.
Oh, sorry. Where'd you go?
Apparently, you did not accept that explanation.
All right. We'll give you another chance.
Thank you, Chair. One, accepted the explanation, and again, I think he's got a high threshold being a disapproved bill, so of course, if you're not in support, just vote no, but I think with the compromises made on the density, obviously there's been a much lower density than the original plan, and then the bonus of the IBEW support there as well with the work that's going to be granted there, for me is enough to support, so I rise in support and hope you'll vote up or down. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I'm really struggling with this one, folks. We had earlier quite a bit of community feedback about at least the original proposal. We've had a fair amount of community feedback about the level of development within District 5, which has actually resulted in a community plan change process at the Planning Commission level. And so, you know, I support my labor folks, and I want my labor folks to understand that, yes, the Metro Council, we want to have good jobs in our community that build up, especially smaller contractors, provide opportunities for apprenticeships. We want all of those things, but we are also elected to represent the people. And what I'm actually hearing from the community members is not so much that they feel that the changes that have been made make everything better, or that they fit with what the community did with the community plan. It's that they feel a sense of, to use a word in an email, inevitability. There is a sense of just defeat that some members of the community are feeling with regard to development. And whether or not their voices are heard in development decisions that this body makes. And so this really is a struggle for me. And more than anything, I just wanted to rise and say, you know, to community members that you are heard, and that we struggle to balance councilmanic courtesy sometimes with you know, whether or not it really is a good decision for the county from a planning standpoint, from an infrastructure standpoint. Is this helping us to get sidewalks, greenways, connectivity, you know, all of those things that we hear about in the community largely. All those concerns are heard. And so, you know, I want my friends in labor to understand that, you know, it's possible that y'all could get a contract on a bill that, frankly, is harmful to the community because of its density or its layout or just where it's located relative to street connectivity networks. So I'm really struggling on this one. I think one of the things that comes to my mind after hearing the explanation from Mr. Jamison is that, yes, in fact, that this bill likely would go before the Planning Commission if we were to re-refer it there, would come back as a disapproved bill, and so it would still require 27 votes. I guess ultimately for me, I'm trying to determine, is it better just to go ahead and have the vote on 27 today or at a future date after a Planning Commission public hearing? There's no question that the density is lower. The community members did mention that they appreciate how well the contractor worked to incorporate community feedback as much as it can. But I just wanted to rise and say that, there are projects that are good officially for the economy. They're officially good for contractors. They're good for labor, but can still actually be harmful for the community in some ways, or can make the community feel that they're defeated and not heard. And I just wanted to rise and say to those community members that you are heard today. We have a difficult choice to make today, and we'll see where it goes on vote. I think I'm probably inclined, based on what I've heard from Mr. Jameson, to go ahead and vote on the bill today rather than for a deferral. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. I think all these issues have been well raised and well discussed. It does sound like there is some issue of, if not urgency, there is a timeline and a deadline on some of this. And given that the council member has worked on the density level and has significantly reduced it to a level that, quite frankly, in another urban core district, we've worked fairly well on getting this sort of density and above. And I think Councilman Davis is trying to accomplish, again, some of the goals that we've set out, both in legislation we're going to discuss later, and legislation that we've been discussing throughout our term. I know this is difficult. I know it's tough that there may never be enough community meetings on certain things to be able to get everybody in approval. But I think he has tried to listen to the community and his density work. The folks who are the applicants on his application, I have worked with as well as a council member, and they keep their word. I think this is a group that could really create something that would be quality for the area. I'm inclined to support Councilman Davis because, again, I don't think we're going to see this come back with a different vote threshold. So really what we're talking about is, do we think that this plan's appropriate, and do we think that the other extenuating factors are enough to get us through there? So,
thank you. Councilmember Hurt.
I know they answered the questions or asked the questions that I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Dow.
Thank you. I just want to rise in support of Scott Davis and this zone change. One of the biggest issues I hear in the city consistently is that we need more housing. And I hear it a lot from a lot of people in here. We all say that we support affordable housing and we support housing. Yet I constantly see when several of Councilman Davis' bills come up, there's always a lot of issues in the planning department with it and people against it. People want to live in the core of our city, and I think we should look forward to finding opportunities to allow them to live there. And having a little density in these areas, I think what we've seen, a lot of our core has infrastructure to support the density. They have access to downtown, the sidewalks, and all of those things. So this is a good place to go in and add the density, and plus it appeals to the young people. So we're giving people an opportunity to have a place to live, and I think we need to be conscious of that, and especially giving them an opportunity to have a place to live within the core where they want to be versus out in the suburbs. So we should all rise in support of Councilman Davis and create this opportunity to provide housing for people in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everyone in the queue. Councilmember Davis.
Make the move for approval, please.
Been moved and seconded. Because it needs 27 votes, we'll go to a roll call vote. To a machine. We have a few not working. Has everyone had a chance to vote? Not yet. Still waiting on a few people? Okay. Madam Clerk, please close the machines.
32 in favor, 4 against, and 2 abstentions.
Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1203, sponsors Rosenberg, amends the Metro Code relating to scooters, inline skates, and roller skates by creating new definitions for scooters and business district and modifying certain requirements. Councilmember Rosenberg, wait a minute, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Glad to be here on the last bill of the night.
Oh, no.
This is the this is the other scooter bill, the unmotorized scooter and unshared motorized scooter bill. And pending any questions, I move approval.
Been moved and seconded. Seeing, whoops, one person in the queue. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I was wondering if the sponsor had considered accepting an amendment that would require helmets in this chamber.
He's sitting down. I think that means we're ready to vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1229. Sponsor is Bednay. Changes 49 acres from AR2A to SP zoning for properties located at 6397 Pettus Road and Pettus Road unnumbered east of Nolensville Pike to permit 145 single-family lots. Councilmember Bednay.
That's me.
That's you?
I think we don't have any committee reports.
Correct.
So this is a site that so many iterations. We had community meetings. We actually, I discouraged and told some of the original developer that came to that site that because the community didn't want it, that it wouldn't happen. On the last iteration, the community actually supported the project. They like it. And that's pretty hard in my district. People are tired of development. But they supported it, so I allowed it to move forward. So we had community meetings. Like I said, we had the public hearings, and you saw that people didn't come to speak against it or in favor. Well, they were in favor, but they didn't speak because there was no opposition. So all that to say, it's one of those painless things where things finally worked out, people were in support, and I'm asking you to honor them by voting in favor of this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second? Been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1245, sponsor Sledge and O'Connell. This applies 42.96 acres of a neighborhood conservation overlay district for various properties along South Street, Villa Place, Wedgwood Avenue, 15th Avenue South, Tremont Street, and Edge Hill Avenue. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. We've got all committee reports in. I am going to move a substitute with a brief explanation.
Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you. So this substitute merely takes out 2 properties. I believe that's actually in Councilman O'Connell's district after talking with his constituents. So I would ask for the support on the substitute.
Okay, we're voting on substitute has been seconded. All those in favor of the substitute? Any opposed? We're on your bill as substitute.
Okay, I'm going to move the substitute with a less brief explanation. So as you all know, we had a pretty robust public hearing here and also at the Planning Commission regarding this. This is the Edge Hill Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. It has been approved by the Planning Commission. It was approved by the Historic Commission, came here. We had our discussion, and what we were asked by several members, several colleagues, was to go back to the community, talk with the community, work to see if we can find area for compromise, grounds for, kind of coming together. The good news is that we have had productive conversations and that, in particular, I think Councilman O'Connell will be able to speak more to a few of the details, but we both have been in conversation with those who support and those who are opposed to the overlay, and we already have some guideline changes that we will be proposing, submitting, and supporting to the Historic Commission. Just a brief process note, those guideline changes don't come to us. They only go to the Historic Zoning Commission. So we have committed to bring certain ones of those that Historic has already said they'll be okay with, that kind of give, mostly for infill development, give a little bit more leeway. And the biggest thing, I think, is infill development being allowed to do 2 stories. There are some things that we haven't hammered out yet, quite frankly, whether it's some more things that those who oppose overlay had requested that probably aren't doable within a conservation overlay, or those that we're actively pushing for that we're trying to make sure get into those guideline changes. We have notified all folks for and against or undecided our intention to move this tonight, but with the explicit, adamant support of moving forward with guidelines changes as soon as possible. And we do have some of those already hammered out. Like I said, we'll be getting more soon. And I will probably turn it over to Councilman O'Connell. I would ask for your support, but with the recognition that we still have work to do, but it will be done at the Historic Zoning Commission level.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to Councilman Sledge as lead sponsor on this bill. He did a very good job of kind of giving an update on the progress we made. I know after the public hearing and hearing from both sides, a recognition that this was not a bill that achieved full consensus within the community. But we did receive input throughout. The substitute Councilman Sledge just offered brings us to kind of conformance with input that was heard in front of the Planning Commission. So we did remove a few parcels on the boundary that in fact did not contain residences. And so while there were some folks who wanted to kind of keep the integrity of that portion of one of the streets within the overlay boundary, we decided this was a very simple request to honor, similarly to his point on the design guidelines here. We did make some progress, and I think, given our mutual commitment to working again with both sides afterward, we can continue to make further progress. We already have a package of revisions that we have a commitment from Metro Historic staff that would be favorably reviewed and probably receive a recommendation in front of the Metro Historic Zoning Commission. And to Councilman Sledge's point, I think we've got time afterward to work with both sides. I think one of the keys here is that Councilman Sledge and I sat down with leaders of both those who have opposed or been skeptical of the overlay as well as those who were supportive to hammer this out. And that meeting, though, the timing of this, for those who have supported it for more than a year at this point in the conversation versus those who have, asserted that they found out too late to make a difference. I mean, the moment in that room gave me a lot of optimism because the people that have supported the overlay didn't reject any of the kind of groupings of items sought by skeptics and opponents as non-negotiable. And frankly, the folks that were seeking some revisions did an incredible amount of homework and came up with a number of extremely reasonable requests, and we're gonna continue to work on those. So here's where we are. The overall level of support for the overlay is largely unchanged, but the revisions to the design guidelines are not technically connected to the legislative process, and I remain committed to ensuring that we get the best possible, most equitable design guidelines with broad support. At this point, I'm sure that everyone in this room knows this has been a difficult conversation. Supporters are hoping to save their neighborhoods. Opponents think this is the wrong tool to do so. There's no residential neighborhood in District 19 that exists with as much tension between growth and preservation. I don't know that Councilman Sledge would agree, but that very well could be true of District 17 as well. I have concluded that this is, in fact, after multiple years of representing District 19 and spending a tremendous amount of time in Edge Hill, that this is the best tool available to those who've toiled for more than a decade, frankly, to try to make Edge Hill one of Nashville's best neighborhoods and a truly historic neighborhood. I remain supportive of the overlay and hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I just wanted, if the two gentlemen could speak to it again. I had received a couple of texts about, I think some of them, a couple of houses, and I think they spoke about it or opted out. And if they could just speak to that, I do support it, but somehow I got pulled into it, and they said I was in collusion. So if you could just speak to why those were pulled out and express it, I think that would be great. And also, I do want to thank you for your hard work, because overlays are very contentious. And at the end of the day, some people are going to be happy and some people are going to be very upset with you. So thank you so much for your hard work.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Yeah, I think this is something that is a part of the boundary area in District 17. There had been some discussion and negotiation that Councilman Sludge had been involved with. The properties on the northern portion in District 19, I don't think there has been anything. I don't know about any accusations of collusion here. I do think there might have been, I believe Councilman Sludge is at the planning table right now, checking on the possibility of something that is more of a clerical order here. He might be able to speak to it when he is back at his desk just to see. If there are others, Madam President, if we could maybe see if anybody else is in the queue to discuss, and we'll try to come back and revisit this in just a moment. Thank you.
The queue is empty, so you need to make, tell us about the guidelines.
Well, yeah, and I think too, if it's in Councilmember Sledge's district, if he could just explain it and explain the process and how he arrived at that, because we do know that when you do an overlay, that most, if not all of the people are supposed to remain in that overlay, and just maybe explain how those persons got opted out.
Well, to Councilor Gilmore's point, I believe there's been a clerical error, so we're trying to figure that out on the fly here. Because there is a portion of the overlay on 15th Avenue South where there were two properties that had initially been taken out, but because Historic felt like the contiguousness of the block was needed to keep them together, I had requested that they be put back into the overlay. That is not in the substitute before you. So I've been trying to figure out what's appropriate from a parliamentary procedure in attempting to get those properties in. I'll yield to Attorney Jameson.
You could move to suspend the rules to offer a late filed amendment to the substitute that adds back in
1722 and 1724, 15th Avenue South.
So the first order of business would be a motion to suspend the rules for purposes of offering an amendment.
Is there an objection to a suspension of the rules? Seeing none, Councilmember.
So this is a little mortifying, to be quite honest. These two properties, I had spoken with the property owner, I spoke to their neighbor, I spoke to basically everybody on the block to try to figure out where everybody was. And Historic, Robin in particular, had said that she felt that if those two properties were taken out, quite frankly, the whole piece would go, and that was there were some significant properties in that piece. So my request was to ensure that those addresses go back in. So my amendment on the substitute, or I guess offering that, would be to re-include 1722 and 1724 15th Avenue South.
To put them back in.
To place them back in the boundary. It would restore the boundary that this body considered a few weeks ago.
There's been a motion. Is there a second? Discussion on the motion? There are three people in the queue. Do you want to discuss the motion? Okay. I think we're ready to vote on the motion to put these two properties back in. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Amendment passes. Councilmember Sledge?
So I may ask for a little bit, maybe from Councilor Gilmore, of the question she asked again, because I wasn't quite listening, quite honestly, when that discussion was happening between her and Councilman O'Connell.
Do you have further questions for?
Well, I think because he was walking around, he missed it, but I just want to say thank you for doing that. And maybe if he can just explain to, I think the public, the question was at the time the process, but
sure.
You've shared that it was a clerical error. So I think that everything's been cleared up on how those two properties were omitted. So I think that's just important for the public to hear and those listening at home.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Madam President. I basically just want to stand and also thank the two councilmen for the work that they did, because I was very torn with this particular legislation. But since that time, I know that I was one that requested that they go back and meet with the residents, and I've heard from quite a few of those residents, and I've actually been converted to make a decision. And I just wanted to thank them for the work that they did, and just stand in support.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I would like to rise in support of my colleagues from District 17 and 19. I have been fairly fortunate that most of our overlay discussions in just District 6 have been quite a bit more smooth than some of the discussions in other parts of the county have been. But nevertheless, we've had a lot of discussion in the community, and particularly in the Tennessean and some other publications about the cost of growth and change in Nashville. And, a lot of those pictures of that conflict focus on this very area. And we also hear a lot from community members with regard to preserving at least the context of the William Edmondson home site, which of course the land is there, but the home is not. And that's just such a good example of, there are houses that have a particular significance to the city, and once they're gone, and you'll never get them back. And sometimes what we see in communities is that we have these discussions about local zoning ordinances for historic protection that go on for a long period of time, and during that period of time you lose quite a bit of that context that you were trying to preserve in the first place. So again, the conservation overlay is the more lenient of the historic overlays. Just want to reiterate that point. There is historic preservation zoning, such as in a few neighborhoods, but the conservation zoning overlay is a little bit more lenient, does not review what goes on inside the house, often allows fairly substantial additions to the rear of historic houses. It sounds like, as I've been following this discussion, that the two council members have worked with Historic to make these design guidelines even more permissive than what we would have in Laughlin Springs, for example. So it sounds to me as though quite a bit of compromise has taken place, and in the interest of preserving some of the historic context that we do have left in the Edge Hill community, I would encourage everyone to vote in favor of this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Now we're on BL 2018-1280, sponsors Hastings and Swope. Approves plans for a non-hazardous liquid waste processing facility to be located at 2832 Whites Creek Pike. Councilmember Hastings.
Thank you very much, Madam Pro Tem. We're back here today with
committee report?
Yeah, committee reports,
committee
please.
Reports.
Thank you.
Councilmember Elrod.
Madam President, my apologies. Public Works Committee recommended approval, 6 in favor, 1 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Hastings.
All right, thank you again, Madam Pro Tem. I just wanted to say we're back here today with an issue that is actually, ever since I've been in office, has been the hardest thing to deal with, especially in the area to where our community has not seen an overall change in the positive way. In brief, we actually just had a meeting. For those of you doing the public hearing time, we actually had a meeting a week ago, and there were over 100 people in attendance. There were a great number of people that were there to continue to state and ask questions, and most of those questions were answered. There were questions dealing with the noise, smell, and also traffic issues. All of the questions were answered in due time, and the ones that we were not able to answer publicly were also responded to by actual telephone calls that we made sure that were answered. We also received many signatures in support of a change for our community. The on-site engineering environmental facility is actually an environmental place that actually takes in things and turn them over, and it actually helps with our water and sewer system as well. But again, there were many questions going back. There were many questions about the noise, the smell, and also the traffic. Now that the facility will be moving closer to Brawley Parkway, there will not be trucks going through many neighborhoods over in the northeast Nashville areas, including on the Cowan Street corridor. We also looked into the area of continue to cleaning up our area. We also reviewed the overall call, and actually the only reason that this is before us today is not because this is a zoning change. This is not a zoning change. It's actually, the councilwoman spoke, Mina Johnson spoke earlier today, that said this was done by the prior council. There was an SP put into place, and that SP was put into place for retail and also some IWD things, light industrial as well. I just so happen to be in the seat right now of this council for District 2 that happened to deal with this issue. The legal issues were basically upon TDEC, and TDEC actually went through, and we also got a review from our codes and our planning departments that came back to us, the planning director that came back to us in letters to Mr. Jameson that actually responded to us and saying, listen, the facility has the right to be there doing what they do as far as the grease side. But because of the Jackson law that this body accepted is the only reason that this bill is before us, we cannot stop this facility from moving. We can only do the parts that we have to do as far as the Jackson law. And the Jackson law basically sets this. On a percentage of what they do on the separation of oil and water, that is the only thing that they have that's before us. But as far as them moving to a facility that we have no control over, they can move. All right? What I would like to do today is actually move for approval with this issue. We have met the requirements of most people that have asked questions, and I'm sure there's others that will be calling and asking questions. I will be open to talk to them and answer any questions accordingly. I'd like to move for approval.
Thank you. We have a few people in the queue. Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. I have a few questions because there was a lot of back and forth from the neighbors and the community on this. And so I appreciate that the councilman, it sounds like, has done a lot of work to get back in the community and kind of quell some of those things. But I think for our peace of mind, I just wanted to ask, evidently there are some new TDEC requirements based on these types of facilities. And so I wanted to see if all the operations at this proposed site to be conducted indoors are under those new TDEC regulations.
Councilmember Hastings.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you. I'm glad you asked that question. Yes, it is. Everything will be done within one facility now. There will be no outdoors facilities which are at the old location, which we have to get rid of. It is not constructive for our growth in our community. We want to do better, and that is what we're going to do. And with that, the smell, under the TDEC rules, you cannot have smells coming out of the facility. Under TDEC rules, there are several things that are within the actual law that was actually put forth with some of our constituents that started to understand the rules. The rules say that those things have to be met.
All right, I've got one more question. There were, as you discussed, and some of the neighbors and the emails that we received were about traffic in the neighborhood and things like that. So what are the traffic impacts to the current site versus the proposed site? What are some, can you describe some of those traffic changes, improvements, maybe not improvements? Can you just give us a rundown of that and the impact on the neighborhood as you see it? Thank you.
Currently, it's in a residential neighborhood where there's a lot of kids, and there's other individuals who are going. There's through traffic. There's school buses. There's a lot of other things that are going on with that area. We can help that. And that is the whole reason that this is coming aboard. I would not be going forth to move a facility that would not better off our community. If it wasn't to better our community, we would not be moving forward. Also, the other location that they are going into, actually, there is no other businesses there right now other than the rock quarry. There's a rock quarry and there's a whole piece of vacant land. And there's a community that's a little further off behind them, but there is also until a buffer zone that will be a part of it, and also an enclosed building to where you will not smell it, you won't even see it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schulman.
Thank you, Madam President. I remember this on public hearing because it was late. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning or 11 o'clock in the morning, something like that. And I remember there were a lot of, there were 4 people that spoke for this, and then there were, 25, 30 people, maybe even more than that, that lined up to speak against it. And I know that there were some issues regarding it all, and I also know that the council member had a meeting at the North Police Precinct, which I thought was a really good thing to do because obviously there were issues. I think my concern is that we had heard from a number of folks who were against this before this was even came to public hearing, and I'm still hearing from the same people who say they're still against it. And so either the meeting at the North Police Precinct didn't change their minds or they just are continually against it. I'm not sure if the council member can speak to that, but at this point, I just know that the idea was that I know they're concerned about what happens to them in that area. It's industrial. This is something else that's sort of being kind of thrown at the neighborhood. I worry about that, and I just worry about people speaking out and then these things happening to the area around them. And I just can't vote for this tonight because of that concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Elrod.
Thank you, Madam President. As I tried to do my own work on this, research on it, and looking at the documents, of course, this is before us because of the Jackson Law. As I stated before, there are 8 criteria that we have to look at that we are supposed to, of many, but particularly those 8 criteria. And then the applicant, which is on-site environmental, if we deny this tonight and vote against it, they have the opportunity to go to Chancery Court here in Davidson County, and that court looks at it totally new, de novo, and looks at the same criteria no matter what we decide or what we put forth tonight. Any arguments either for or against, it doesn't matter. The judge can look at it however he or she would like. So I think it's important for us, though, to still do our due diligence. I'm going to be voting personally for this tonight, and I'm going to explain why, perhaps likely not briefly. Currently, right now, this is at a open-air site that is a non-conforming use for what it is zoned because it has been rezoned. If you look it up on... it is on Baptist World Center Drive, on-site environmental. You can see it's very close to a neighborhood. There in Cadiz Hill, it's right beside a creek, Pages Branch. It's just on the other side of the road from the river, so it's that's where the current site is, and it's open air. All of the odor can escape the site and move into surrounding properties. And it can stay there as long as it wants, as long as it stays the size that it is and doesn't add to its uses or change them or expand. Going to the new site, it appears, personally I believe, it'll be beneficial to the area because it will move it out of a neighborhood into an industrial zoned site that will have everything done indoors. The property will be taking in 3 types of liquid, if you'll grease trap material, oily wastewater, not oil, but oily wastewater, and leachate, which is liquid that comes off of landfills. But all of that can only be treated, right now it's currently treated or can be treated open air at the current site. It would go to the new site and would be treated inside, indoors, with no odor escaping. And there it can be more highly regulated by Metro and by the state. Currently, of course, it is, as I said, has been stated, it is zoned industrial IWD, I believe. And if you look in the packet that is before you, the last page that I had distributed on your desk is a site plan. There is a 300-foot buffer. The closest neighborhood is behind the property. There is a 300-foot buffer that is required by the current SP. Nothing more has to be done. And you can see where the environmental site is, and future retail can still go in front of it on the road. So for me, why I'm voting for it is basically you're swapping one bad location for a good location. And you're keeping odors inside instead of right now they're open air, and I imagine not smelling good, very good right now, but if this were to approved and they were to move, I think it would help North Nashville. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilmember Scott Davis.
I have a statement, then I have a question for either planning or legal counsel. I want to first apologize to Councilman Hastings. When initially looking at this, I thought he had frankly lost his mind. Because I saw the pictures of the current plan and figured, why in the world would he upzone a piece of property on the other side of his district to put that hot mess over there? And I was very concerned about it. Frankly, I was against it. Now, wherever it may fall right now, he is not moving that facility. That facility is gone. The new regulations, and I went to a neighboring city a couple hours away to look at a newer facility what's indoors. There's no smells coming out there. But 3 blocks up the road from my district, you go by there, you smell the place badly. Talk to his neighbors. I had the pleasure of going to one of his community meetings. He had people there for and against. And heard of people like Katie Hill. They want it moved. And there are concerns. However, though, and this is my question for legal and for planning, was there a letter sent stating that the current site is properly zoned for this?
Yes.
Yes?
The Planning Department and Codes Department issued a joint letter, joint memorandum, clarifying that this property is currently divided into 3 districts, A, B, and C, and District B of the specific plan was specifically permitting a recycling facility, which would qualify under.
So Councilman Hastings is not upzoning this piece of property to allow this?
He is not upzoning the property. He is proposing a use. 2 of the 3 uses are covered under the Jackson Law. The 3rd use, the grease trap, is not covered under the Jackson Law, and they could by right locate in District B of the SP.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Antoinette Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to say thank you very much for the work that Councilman Hastings has done on this. You called me, talked to me about it, and I think I understand a little more than I did on the last vote about the process and what's involved in all of this. And I have talked to some more people about it, trying to get some education on it. And so I think that I do understand that. I do just have 2 questions, though, and they may have already been answered, and one let's see, Councilman Elrod said moving from a bad to a good location. Okay, so my 2 questions, number 1 is why is it actually moving from, because both of these are in your district, so why is it actually moving from where it is, and what does the other site have where it's moving that this one did not?
You recognize.
Just quickly, I assume that question is for me. One of the things that the reason that this facility, and I think Councilman Elrod said it brilliantly. The facility where it is right now, there's a creek that's a part of that area. The river is right there. There is no room for them to do what they have to do on the current site. There is that the new facility is actually for them to build an enclosed location to where there's no smells, there's none of that stuff, as well as they are looking to build retail business in front of their location. So that is one of the things. They need a larger site to actually do the things that the community had actually did in the XP even before I was in office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, stand in opposition of this. I have received several telephone calls, emails, text messages, visits, and all the above in opposition. The concern that I have is that it really hasn't been much discussion about what's going to take place. And I think that a lot of this has been calculated probably years out in terms of what they want to do, because that area is becoming very popular now that Topgolf is over in that area and it's in close proximity to that. And it's really interesting because none of the people that I have on the list, and I lived in that community for over 13, well, actually almost 15 years. And none of those, any of my neighbors called me saying that they were for this, but most of them called me and said that they were against it. So I cannot support this. I am concerned about the gentrification that may come and the development. And when the development comes, they say it's what people want, but are people of color part of the ownerships of the developments that's being done? I want to know what the inclusion is for people in that particular community, and none of that has been discussed. I haven't heard anyone say anything about American Baptist College, which is closely involved in this location where they are and now, and it just concerns me. And to me, for there to have been so much opposition then and now, I just cannot support it.
Thank you. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you. I appreciate Councilmember Hastings for all of his hard work, and I think I shared with him. Most of the time I can be with him, but on this one it's a little bit more difficult. I did have a question about the A, B, and C. I was trying to go back and look at my actual analysis. I could not put my hands on it. So we're saying, well, the question is, it appeared to me when I read it that part of it was zoned, but portions of it were not, as it related to the grease plant and the overall zoning. So I just want us to be clear about that, because it sounds like if we were to vote against it tonight, that it could still be built. And that's not my understanding. Like they automatically have those rights. That wasn't my understanding from the analysis. And I think you kind of gleaned over it. But if you could just kind of peel back a little bit more and we could just be a little bit more clear about it. And if this was voted in, if it is, does it automatically have rights whether we vote on it or not? And what parts of it are not included in those rights?
Sure.
That's my question.
So the proposed facility would essentially collect three types of materials: grease trap facilities, mostly from restaurants, I assume, oily wastewater, and then a third thing called leachate, which is essentially water that is suffused through other materials. It collects those three. The Jackson Law, for the purposes of, because the grease is actually removed from the waste stream, that considers it not part of the Jackson Law. They don't care what you do with the grease. With a grease trap facility, you do not have to get the Jackson Law approval. But the two remaining that this company wants to engage in, the oily water and the leachate, they need this council's approval tonight. The underlying zoning on the property on which they want to operate is zoned SP IWD. It allows industrial uses like this, but that it's divided into three districts, A, B, and C. And B is where they want to locate. And B allows, in the codes director's opinion and in the joint memo issued by the codes and planning, it would allow a recycling facility that a grease trap facility would constitute. So if this body were to shoot down to disapprove this bill, they could not move forward with any of the Jackson Law required provisions. They could not do the oily water collection. They could not do the leachate collection, which that's part of what they want to do. They could come back later and do grease trap facility relocation because that's not covered by the Jackson Law, and they have the underlying zoning to allow it.
Okay, thank you so much for the clarity. So it sounds like they're trying to add additional things that are not there, but they do have the one requirement for the grease trap. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so thank you for the clarity, Councilmember Hastings. Normally I can support you, but the oily water, it just doesn't sound good. I'm sorry, I won't be able to support it. All right then.
Councilmember Hagar.
From a council member that's an attorney, I call the question.
Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Question passes. So we are now voting on the bill. All those in favor? Opposed? No. Roll call vote. Yeah. Madam Clerk, can you open the machines? Oh. Has everyone voted? Okay, please close the machines.
"31 in favor, 7 against, and 1 abstention."
Motion passes. Next is RS 2018-1289, sponsors Sledge and Vercher. This approves the demolition of certain buildings and structures necessary for the construction of new Major League Soccer Stadium at the Fairgrounds Nashville and to impose a privilege tax on the sale of tickets to events at the new Major League Soccer Stadium. Let me clear the queue. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, ma'am.
Whoops, sorry.
Committee reports, please.
Okay, let me do this. Budget, Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Budget and Finance recommended the substitute 14-4-0 against and an amendment 14-4-0 against, and the bill substitute and amended 8-4-4 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Swope.
Codes Fairs Farmers Market approved Amendment A, Amendment B, and the substitute, 6-4-0 against, and approved 1289 as substituted, as amended, 6-4-0 against.
Thank you. Convention, Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you. Conventions, Tourism, and Public Entertainment voted for amendments A and B, 6-4-0 against, and for the substituted bill or the amended bill voted 7-4-0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed one. Planning, Councilmember Bedney.
Is it because I'm far from you?
That's it.
Okay. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the substitute, the amendment by Councilmember Allen, the amendment by Councilmember Freeman, and it approved as substitute an amendment 8-4-1 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. So first, I'm going to offer the substitute with a brief explanation.
Okay.
So as described by Council Lady Gilmore, the substitute ordinance has been timely filed is something of a, I could say compromise, but it's more than that. It was really guided by Councilwoman Gilmore's good work. It would essentially create an escalator regarding the ticket tax in order to address long-term maintenance. The ticket tax, as it's already proposed, would take care of that sort of, as we've termed in this body, sort of year-to-year maintenance. But this escalator would allow us to also have funds put away for long-term maintenance as well. So the underscored language that you see reflects that. The difference that this is between this bill and Councilwoman Gilmore's bill is that it does create that escalator. That is because the team had come to an agreement with the league about what their ticket tax and price would be. This falls within that. So as I described it, I think this kind of lives in the Venn diagram between the two. So it does set forth the increase in the ticket tax in order to address long-term maintenance. I know there were some questions in committee about what kind of funds that provides, so I'm going to yield and see what my colleagues would like to ask.
Thank you. Councilmember Pardue.
I lied about not speaking no more.
You're on a roll tonight.
I'm telling you, I can't help it.
I think the good Lord's moving me. But, you know, we just passed a bill, 1245, passed it unanimous. And it was a bill, historic overlay to protect historic property. And Councilman Willard said it best. He said, well, when talking about historic property, when it's gone, it's gone. And I don't think we're giving the fairgrounds the same dedication that we're giving to historic Edgefield. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, try to get you folks to vote right. But anyway, if we don't stop this, it's slapping every voter in this city in the face.
Thank you. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Chair. I'm only going to speak on this one because if we stand a chance, this is it. Here we are. We're down to the final debate. But if we pass this, and then we pass, and the reason I'm bringing this up because then you'll pass the resolution for the $50 million, and we'll just keep on spending like we've got it to spend, and we don't. Simple as that. Now, we'll pretend like we do. We'll pretend like it's all going to pay for itself and everything's great. But at the end of the day, we need to make sure we remember in the budget cycle last year when I asked the table up here, $74 million out of the reserve funds. Why is that in there? They said, well, we won't actually use it. It's kind of a thing we put in there, placeholder. We used it. We used it and then some. And so with this, we need to understand that about $4.6 million will pay the debt service, and then we're on the hook for up to $4 million for the first 5 years on the stadium, and then $3 million. So you might as well go ahead and budget $8.6 million for the first 5 years. That's pretty much so non-negotiable because they've told us those are the numbers. So if we pass this, then everybody who votes for it needs to be able to look every Metro employee in the eye and say, yeah, we know we broke our promise to you. But that really wasn't a promise because, well, we just didn't really understand what we were doing. Yeah, I think we knew exactly what we were doing. And I think we know exactly what we're doing right now. But the clear thing that to me is probably the most worrisome piece of this is that we did break our promise to every employee in this city. I think we're breaking our promise to the taxpayers and the voters in this city. And so therefore, if you do it, you just need to be able to look these employees in the eyes next year and explain again why we're not going to be able to honor it because we don't have the money. This may be the greatest thing in the world, but we don't have the money. We've been told it repeatedly. But here we go. We're going to pretend like we always do on this floor. We'll just sail right on through, and we'll pretend like we've got the money until we get to the next budget cycle, and then all of a sudden we'll go, oh, we don't have any money. So with that said, I mean, I'm not going to, I haven't moved from the very beginning of this. I never thought it was a good idea. I still believe that the referendum spoke very clearly to us. I know we can all differ on what we think it said. I have my opinion, you have yours. Who says I'm right and you're wrong, or you're right and I'm wrong? Who knows? I have a feeling we may be finding out. But I would urge you to please reconsider again. And if we do vote it, and we do go ahead and do this particular bill right here, just be prepared. Be prepared. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is for Councilman Sledge. It expands on the question I posed in Budget and Finance regarding the ticket tax. I really wish Council Lady Gilmore had not withdrawn her bill that had the $3 out of the box, because Mr. Curl was kind to run a quick analysis for me between Budget and Finance, and that would have garnered $30 million over 20 years, whereas it looks like what Councilman Sledge proposes at present would garner $23 million from a maintenance perspective. And I guess as I had asserted in Budget and Finance, and I continue to be concerned, whether through our base case or optimistic case, I think we've all seen with the Titan Stadium and our other public facilities like Bridgestone, despite best laid plans, there is never enough money in the bank to renovate and improve things as we should. And for a facility that is out in the sun and the rain 365 days a year, I am very much concerned about that long-term maintenance piece. So, Councilman Sledge, can you speak to how the bill was previously before substituted, and just what the projections are? You said that the ownership group had already come to an agreement with MLS as it related to the ticket tax, but I thought that was within our purview as a council to determine that. So I just wondered if you could speak to that, please.
Sure, I could speak to as much as I'm privy to, and we had mentioned we had a similar discussion in committee. I'm not privy to the conversations that the team and the league were having regarding setting the initial price. I'm sure they were trying to set a price that was somewhere, again, speaking of Venn diagrams, in the middle of ensuring affordability on ticket prices, but also covering what we're calling this year-to-year maintenance. Regarding what I've brought forward as a substitute, I'm trying to get more. Quite frankly, I'm trying to get more money so that we are addressing that long-term maintenance, because it has become an issue on some of our other facilities, especially our sports and entertainment facilities. I wanted to be very cognizant of that, and that's why I think Councilor Gilmore did such a great job of bringing that up. Again, when I brought this up to the administration to say, I'd like to incorporate this in some way, what I was told was, okay, let's see what we can do. There is an agreement between the team and the league. Let's see how it can fit in. And what came back was this, what I will call compromise, but I think it's actually a pretty good compromise because it's getting more revenue, and revenue that will be dedicated toward the long-term maintenance of this facility.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson, any more questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. With this vote, it's important to note for everybody that there was no site selection process whatsoever in finding the right location for our public investment here. The mayor simply picked the site. With no study, analysis, or explanation, the team itself is clear about this. They were just put there. No study was ever done. And the team isn't going to get the natural benefit of our downtown tourist economy the way the Titans and the Predators and the Sounds do. Soccer could have been the key to extending the transformation of our downtown, but we're locating it in a suburban stadium 3 miles away. It's not going to have the right infrastructure or the parking for it to work very well, and nobody has really studied it sufficiently, and the state fair and the flea market and racing is going to be pushed out. Now, we're the owner, and we need this stadium to be a success. That means it needs to be in the right place. It needs to serve multiple users and multiple uses over the next 75 years. So we haven't done the crucial site analytics here, even though we've already picked firms to build it. All the normal protections that a city uses to locate something well have been avoided and pushed aside. I mean, at one point, the Fair Board even passed a blank piece of paper. Manipulation of the process has been the main City Hall work product on this. But there's a specific tragedy in giving away the 10 acres of our historic and loved fairgrounds for a private mixed-use incentive to the richest people in Nashville. Now, 1.6 million people are currently using the fairgrounds. The site has been continuously used for 100 years, and the city now is actively telling them to get lost. Somebody better should have it. The deal shouldn't be just another type of displacement. Growth and change shouldn't always just be racking up victims. And let's not use this historic opportunity to take a good thing, a soccer stadium, and put it in the right place. And don't do irrevocable harm to the fairgrounds. And don't let this deal split the community so. And the required gifting of the 10 acres is telling you it is in the wrong place. So no to demolish our historic fairgrounds.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I 100% agree what Councilman Cooper said. There's no study and it has not changed. That's why I originally voted no on resolution RS 2017-910. However, as a body, we voted yes. So that time, what it says was, yes, we did not have any site selection, but it was fairgrounds. So as a body, we accepted that location. And as a body, we knew there was no other site selection, but we said it's okay as a body. So what we are doing is like renegotiating, Iraq nuclear deal or NAFTA. And is it good for as a government? No, I don't like it. It does not make it right the way it roll out. But unfortunately, it seems like that's what we are doing. So, at the public hearing, Mr. Ingram said trust is in short supply. Yes, I'm guilty of it because, like many people, we thought when we approved this fairground, maybe there's goodbye to flea market, goodbye to auto racing, goodbye to whatever happening. But, good people appointed with Fair Board administration and also owner's team worked really, really hard. That's not the case. They put in there, they will not demolish, and they put in here, they will work with community and, enhance fairgrounds. Yes, it's going to change because this demolition portion, it's going to change the fairgrounds the way we know of today. But important thing is, unfortunately, as a body, we approved this deal. So, yes, it will stress our financial, and because, we as a body, again, approved, I think in this term, as a body, we approved $895 million of capital spending in past 3 years. Previous body approved nearly $1.5 billion of capital spending. So yes, we as a body did that. We, made it, so we have to make commitment. So yes, can we sustain? And we have to. I mean, by this decision, I may lose my best friend. But I think sometimes we have to we make, our commitment, because we made a commitment when we, as a body, approved past resolution. That does not, approve the way administration dealt with this business. I wish they would forthcoming, and I wish they would include us in the begin with. I understand, we cannot do 40 members cannot negotiate always on the table, but maybe, administration can do a little better. Hey, council, we are discussing this, so we just wanted to let you know. So just, communicate with us better and communicate with the community better. Because right now, people think if we approve this one, tomorrow they're going to demolish the building. That's not the case. So having said that, when would be the good time for me to offer the amendment?
You have 13 seconds.
Thank you. I would like to offer Amendment A and also Amendment B, if we can combine those two, Mr. Jameson.
I'll let Mr. Jameson describe those amendments.
Amendment A, initially requested by Councilor Allen, and Amendment B are nearly identical. They have the same first sentence, but different second sentences, if I could read them both. Amendment A would provide demolition of the buildings and structures identified on the attached Exhibit A is hereby approved. Replacement buildings and structures shall be constructed prior to any demolition that would disrupt the regular operation of the Fairgrounds Nashville. Amendment B very similarly says demolition of the buildings and structures identified on the attached Exhibit A is hereby approved. In no event shall any such demolition that would disrupt the regular operation of the Fairgrounds Nashville occur prior to October 29th, 2018.
Can you explain how Do those conflict with each other? Do we need to reconcile them, or can we adopt them both?
In my opinion is that because Exhibit A, or rather Amendment A, precludes any demolition until the replacement buildings are constructed, it would be hard to imagine replacement buildings being constructed by October 29th. I think Amendment A probably captures everything you want. If there were a suspension of the rules, you could combine the amendments to say no demolition until replacement buildings and in no event before October 29th, if you wished. But
I believe we'll need to suspend the rules
we need to
regardless.
suspend the rules to do that.
Is there an objection to the suspension of the rules? Seeing none, can you,
So if somebody is moving this, a combined amendment, it would state that demolition of the buildings and structures identified on the attached Exhibit A is hereby approved. Replacement buildings and structures shall be constructed prior to any demolition that would disrupt the regular operation of the fairgrounds, and in no event shall demolition occur prior to October 29th, 2018.
okay. Councilmember Gilmer, I feel like I need to know what you're saying. Can you? Okay, very good. So it's been moved that we work with the combined amendment,
Right.
And
I think
seconded.
you're probably going to want to vote on the original substitute from
which we have
Councilman-
not done yet. Thank you for making that point. I have a number of, so let me back up. I have a number of people in the queue. Is that to vote on the original substitute, or shall we go ahead and vote on that and then continue to discuss as substituted? Yes. Okay. So we are voting, we are backing off of the amendments. I apologize. We are voting on the substitute, and then we will continue discussion. Unless, raise your hand if you want to speak to the substitute, if you're in the queue. To the substitute, specifically. All right, Councilmember Lee, you are speaking on the substitute to add the 3% tax. Is that correct, Councilmember Sledge?
Lee?
Ticket tax.
Thank you, Madam President. Kind of, sorta, because I
Okay,
think it
that
actually
works.
is a point of information because it's a question for legal.
Okay.
So in the conversation I've been hearing, over and over, I hear talk about we didn't give teachers raises and we didn't give city employees raises that we promised. And if we vote for this, then that shows that we have to tell them in the face that they didn't do that.
So as far as the substitute goes, the substitute is on whether we graduate from $1.75. Mr. Jameson, can you explain the
That's why I
difference?
said I thought it was a point of information.
Okay, so we'll get that information, Mr. Jameson.
Okay.
The current ticket tax is $1.75 for the first 5 years, then it goes up to $2.25 for years 6 and
That's not what I
7.
was asking.
And then caps out at $2.50 after year 8 and stays at $2.50. As substituted, it's essentially that same schedule, but at year 8 and 9, it goes to $2.50. Then it goes to $2.75, years 10 through 14, and then it caps out at $3 for year 15 on forward.
And so that is the substitute, and that is what we are voting on. So do you have a question on that?
I have a point of information.
Okay.
Correct?
About the
Okay, and
substitute.
so that, does it matter, point of information comes, am I out of order? I thought a point of information comes first, no matter what you're talking about. Am I out of order?
I'm merely saying we will discuss the bill as substituted at length. Right now, the question that was pointed out was that we have not voted on the substitute, which is simply making that one change. And so we can do that and then come back to your question, or you can ask your question now, but I believe it has to do with the substance of the bill as a whole as opposed to just the substitute.
Okay, if you would rather come to me right after this one, I can.
Can do that.
That's fine.
Fair enough. And so we are voting on the substitute, and then we will continue to debate the bill with all questions. Is that clear? So on the substitute, which is simply the $3 as opposed to the stopping at $2.25. We're voting on the substitute. All in favor of the substitute? Opposed? Okay, thank you for that. Now, Councilmember Lee, back to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so my question is to legal. As we have been talking, I've been hearing a lot about if you vote on this, then you laugh in the face of not giving teachers raises and doing the 3%. And I believe there was a bill sometime back where we could have voted to assure some money to pay for those type things, and a lot of people voted that no. So my question is, very specifically, if we don't do soccer, if that passes, then will that money automatically be able to go to teacher raises and city employee raises?
Someone at the administration table want to take that.
No, ma'am. The ticket tax per state law is just for construction of the stadium. So if there is no stadium, there is no ticket tax. And you could not use that for any other purpose.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Now, we have an amendment. We have two amendments that have been combined, I believe, into one. And that is what we are voting on now. And then we'll go back to additional discussion on the bill. So we're voting on the amendment, the combined amendment. Would you describe it one more time, Mr. Jameson?
The combined amendment A and B would now read, demolition of the buildings and structures identified on the attached Exhibit A is hereby approved. Replacement buildings and structures shall be constructed prior to any demolition that would disrupt the regular operation of the Fairgrounds Nashville, and in no event would demolition occur prior to October 29th, 2018.
Okay. Is it clear what we're voting on? That's the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Amendment passes. Now we are back on the bill as substituted, as amended. And we have many people in the queue. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. This is, I guess, looking at this because it involves the demolition piece, kind of thinking about this comprehensively. With all due respect to Councilman Cooper, I'm pretty deeply involved in the transformation of downtown. I think it's doing pretty well, and I would dispute the notion that the fairgrounds are any longer suburban. I grew up going to Fair Park. I worked multiple flea markets during the summer through high school and college, and I go to the state fair. Starts Friday, just about every year. And what I see with this proposal's opportunity, to acknowledge some of Councilman Cooper's concerns, there was no site selection, but I can tell you we will add to the fairgrounds a level of utilization that hasn't been seen in my lifetime while doing all the following. Adding new uses, including affordable housing, preserving and improving the speedway, recreating and improving the facilities that house the flea market, maintaining a site for the state fair as long as they want to be there, adding a remarkable amount of functional green and open space, and finally setting a new standard for how Nashville's workforce engages in a public project. And the last is maybe the most important, actually. This nearby but clearly related transaction related to this proposal, Working Families secured protections that we did not offer to all Metro employees this fiscal year. And frankly, it goes well beyond that in terms of childcare, affordable housing, and workplace safety. Yesterday was Labor Day, and today is a great day to celebrate Nashville's first community benefits agreement. I know that even in consideration of all the things that are possible at the fairgrounds, it won't satisfy everyone, but it satisfies me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Swope.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Where to begin? As we've debated this off and on now for 6 weeks, and actually for 6 months, I have purposely remained silent. This is a very, very hard decision. I have, as you all know, traveled the world and seen what soccer does to a community. In Africa, in Asia, in Europe, whether it's a rich community or a poor community, it is a uniting sport. And while I'm not a fan of soccer personally, I do understand the import that it has on an international level. To that extent, when we were awarded an MLS franchise back in November, all my international friends went, hooray! Nashville's now an international city. You're not the American it city anymore, you're the international it city. And I said, great. Let's see how this all plays out. From that moment, I will say that I think this council's been lied to. I think the community's been lied to, and whether or not it's been on purpose, that's the perceived reception that I'm getting. There have been, and I don't think it was true lies. I think it was the fact that nobody really knew what they really wanted to do in the first place, which has put this council in an incredibly bad position. We're between a rock, and a rock. And the people of this fine city that we live in are pretty much divided in half. We've all gotten the 10, 15, 20,000 emails over the past 6, 7 weeks. Don't know about y'all, but hey, I know how you feel on both sides. Honest to God, I do. We've all gotten the 2 a.m. phone calls where people call you and say, I can't believe you answered the phone. And it's like, well, I'm still up reading legislation because there's hundreds of pages of this. This becomes a very passionate issue on both sides. There are pros and cons for having the stadium at the fairgrounds. I personally don't have a problem with the stadium being at the fairgrounds. In all honesty, I think it's a good idea. My problem has always been and will continue to be the 10 acres of land. That is a corporate enticement to make this deal happen. Now, with that said, this is all going to come down to trust. And several weeks ago, SMI, Speedway Motorsports, reached out to me, and they have since forth met with the mayor's office several times. My biggest problem in this entire situation was if we pass this MLS deal the way it is without any other assurances of any kind, the racetrack will be gone in less than 5 years. The flea market will cease to exist within 3, and the state fair won't renew any agreements after this year. Now, that's a problem for me. It's a huge problem for me. SMI has agreed, come to the table. You've got the letters in front of you right now. Now, granted, although I hate to say this is last minute, this is last minute. They've agreed to come in, share equally in the complete rehabilitation of the Speedway. And I'm a firm believer in if you protect the elephant in the room, you protect the room. And the room to me is the three-legged stool of racing, the flea market, and the state fair. Now, I have spoken to all of your groups. I know you know I have, and I think everybody's in agreement. Now, does that mean we need to pass MLS to make this happen? I don't know. I leave that to your vote. I honest to God don't know how I'm going to vote on this right now. That is how torn I am on this. It has ripped this city in half. I'm tired of it. I think if we're all successful here, that everything can exist and it can uplift the whole community in that area. This would make one amazing facility if everybody could play nice in the sandbox. So I ask you to vote how you feel. Thank you.
Councilmember Anthony Davis.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to rise in support and at least speak briefly on the CBA. And just will mention I don't disagree with a lot of what my colleague said there. And I think with the amendments we made earlier, hopefully we made a nice commitment to ensuring that the flea markets obviously continue without interruption. And your term, the three-legged stool, we do continue to show the support for those. I'll briefly say we made a commitment as a city. We did vote to bring the franchise here and move forward. I think obviously we knew we'd be back here for these remaining points, the zoning especially, in this demolition bill. I think Councilmember Sledge has done a great job with all these details. I think he cannot be commended enough for how hard he's worked on this. And for most of us here, the Community Benefits Agreement, the CBA, was a must. We all submitted the letter. 31 of us signed on. We wanted to make sure we got something back for the community if we were going to make this large investment. We asked Nashville Soccer Holdings to come to the table and get it done, and they have. What we have ended up with is a very good thing for the city. It's a landmark community benefits agreement. You've all seen the posters outside and all the signatures and the celebration of it, but the affordable housing that we're able to get, 20% with a significant amount of 0 to 60% AMI that we asked for, with some 3-bedroom units for families, not just a bunch of studios, which we asked for. The jobs and economic requests, we've got living wages for all the stadium employees, the concessionaires, the custodial. And not only that, here at the end, something that was absolutely vital for us, or hopefully for most of us to support, was we didn't leave the construction workers behind. We asked for higher standards, just as we did with the Do Better bill, phase 1 that we've done, and there's more to come, but we asked for higher standards, and we have a template for going forward in the city on capital projects and investment projects. So it cannot be understated how important the CBA is and how landmark this is. Again, we've made a commitment. I think we've got something great for the community to give back. Again, it's a private deal. It's not us that's done it. It is a private agreement. Make sure I say that on the floor for the lawyers. But so again, and it was negotiated fairly, and I think everyone did a great job that worked on that. So I hope you'll support this ordinance, and we can move forward and give something back to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Scott Davis.
I have the same concerns that my colleague to the left has. Do I feel we've been misled at times with this process? Yes. Am I scared that we're not going to have any money, when it comes up to budget time is right around the corner? Yes. It concerns me. Am I concerned that they're going to look at Metro General again to cut money? Yes, that concerns me. City is torn in half. But this is my biggest concern. I'm a firm believer in what I do for one person, I do for the next person. It's what I say all the time on the zoning floor. What I do for the developer, I will do for my neighbors. I support labor, clearly. I support affordable housing. But I want to ask everyone a question, especially those with a blue sticker on there. Now, I don't have a blue sticker on, but I support affordable housing and labor. And I'm pointing that out because very soon, sooner than you think, there'll be bills coming from minority communities that will have similar deals. We're not going to ask for, $150 million in bonds, but we're going to ask certain boards to dedicate land to affordable housing and ask certain boards and the city to do similar projects. Now, I'm about fairness, and I don't mean to call out my colleagues, Brenda Haywood, DeCosta Hastings, Jonathan Hall, Jacoby Dow, Taneka Vercher, the illustrious Sharon Hurt, Erica Gilmore. When our communities ask for these same economics, those of you who have, if this passes tonight, that blue sticker, I am taking notes, and so are other people. If you vote against it, okay. We still love you. But those of you, especially with a blue sticker on, I support affordable housing and I support labor, let's do affordable housing and labor too. We're going to include that. But we are watching 3 months from now, 4 months from now, when that comes back around again, we need you with us. And that's all I got to say. We got to do what's fair in all communities. So those of you with those blue stickers on tonight, we're watching. Those who vote for this, we're watching. And we expect the same kind of treatment, equal treatment, in those areas that have been neglected, in those council areas that I mentioned. And I just want to thank everybody. This is a tough one. But I try my best. I'm not perfect. Treat everybody fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you. I stand in support of this, and I want to thank Councilmember Sledge for all his hard work. I think you're at about a half a cent now, an hour. In terms of what you've been doing, you're at about a half a cent. I'm excited. At first, I was not as excited. Some 10 years ago, when I came onto council, I went out to California, and we actually studied under Supervisor Ridley. They have 5 superintendents in California. And we actually studied community benefits then. We looked at it for transportation. We looked at it for communities. And I was so excited as a council member, and I came back, and I remember I tried to pass a couple of bills. And council members at that time, they laughed at me, and we could not get any traction on it. and you find out there's usually in very, very progressive cities and cities that are growing quickly like Nashville really need community benefits. So when we talk about teachers not having raises, when we talk about affordable housing, we have all these young people that are here and they're hipsters and they're graduating from college, but they cannot afford to find housing and they're living 4 and 5 to a housing. That's what spoke to me, because several people called me. They had Eddie George to call me. One time they had Jesus to call me. I said, Jesus, they're going to have to come with something more. I'm sorry, Jesus, even though I love you. But when we got this community benefits worked out, I was very excited about it, because we can do things that we were able to do things as a city that we could not do if we did it as council members, because the state says that we can't do it. And it really shows a sign of a progressive and healthy city. So I feel comfortable supporting this, knowing that we will have affordable housing for our citizens or our residents, knowing that we will have child care, know that we will have living wages for people. They won't be working for $8 and $7 an hour, knowing that there will not be wage theft. One time I went and did they did a pilgrimage through the city, and we visited different construction workers, and a lot of construction workers build wonderful buildings here, and their money's taken, and they can never recoup that. And a lot of people don't realize in this community benefit agreement, it says that we will not do or participate in those type of habits, so no type of wage theft can happen. So I'm really excited about this. I think this is a good deal. It makes me very happy. I think this is the true progress of Nashville, and to see that MLS actually participated. Now, how they got there, I'm not going to worry about that. The point is that they're there, and that they have agreed to work with our unions, which have been the backbone of our society, which is very American for many years. It's created a lot of wealth and allowed a lot of people to move up the pipeline and be middle-class families and move forward. So I'm definitely for unions. I'm definitely for residents of our city. And I think this community benefits does all of those things, and it definitely helps minorities who have been left out in participating in different contracts with the city, which the city hasn't made good on that. But once again, in this community benefit agreements, it does that. And I just feel like this is, to me, a true Nashville. It's not so much the glossy, glittery buildings. It's that we can bring all of our residents forward. When we look at our buildings, we can say, look what we have done with the people that live here as well, and look how we've improved their lives. So I would encourage everyone to vote for this. If you believe in progress, if you believe in unions being the backbone of our society, if you believe in the common man, the common woman, you believe in working hard and getting your wages that you deserve, all those things are in here. And I want to thank Stand Up Nashville for all of their hard work. They worked really hard on it. And once again, I want to thank MLS for being flexible enough and open enough to see that it could be a win-win for everyone. Because honestly, if the soccer project didn't go through, it would have been a loss for Nashville, but it also would have been a loss for the residents as well if they could not have participated in it. So with that, I conclude. Thank you so much, and I ask that you vote for this.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Before I get started, I've just got a few little words I'd like to say, but I want to ask the administration table, especially finance, because the last time that we came before with the MLS vote, a week later, we found out that we were going to try to close General Hospital. So can you assure the finance, could you assure this body that next week, next month, you're not going to come to this body and say, well, we ran out of money? That was a question.
Yes, Councilman.
So currently our finances are in solid shape, and next week, next month, you're not coming back for more money because now we've passed MLS. MLS is done. That vote is over, so now we can come back to the table.
There will be a bond issue to retire outstanding commercial paper that will be coming, which has been well publicized, and the council has received a lot of information about that. So that will be coming this fall, but that's the only thing I'm aware of.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Because I just wanted to check because we've got a little history with you guys. To say it would be an understatement, it would be an understatement to say that the fairgrounds aren't near and dear to the hearts of the District 16. Geographically, we're probably the closest to the fairgrounds of any other district. The rest of the, blah, 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 to the fairgrounds, blah, blah, blah. While many of you may feel safe tonight with your vote, I can honestly say I do not. I may be the current captain of the SS-16. My crew, they are a mutinous bunch. And the fairgrounds have already affected one previous election. So I have no doubt that I won't have to answer for my vote tonight. And I very well should. In 2019, should my neighbors decide I'm no longer needed, I can accept that. I'm not a perfect person. I've made a few missteps these last 3 years. I came to my decision tonight with a lot of thought and trying to listen to my neighbors who would contact me. If I were to vote with my heart, I'd be a no. But my neighbors have other ideas. They see this as a chance for South Nashville, especially the 16th District, chance at major development. So tonight, I will be stepping out on the plank and stand with my neighbors who support MLS, and I would ask that you do as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I just want to reel it back in. If we can get back to the bill itself, I was trying to get recognized earlier when we were speaking on the actual amendments, and maybe Attorney Jamison can help. I love when we get these last-minute things because I think many of y'all know how my brain works. It just makes me further probe. I say all that to say is that in the correspondence that we received this afternoon and from the amendments and from some of the sentiments that my colleague Councilman Swope alluded to and some other colleagues alluded to, the 10 acres has been heartburn for many of us. And it's without saying that this is a great opportunity for the city. But as a body, we also have a great opportunity here too, and that's making sure that we're negotiating and then going into the best deal that we can as a collective body. So in reading this correspondence, and I know we weren't able to discuss this at length our last council meeting, someone called for the question. So I just want to make sure that when I vote, and I don't know how I'm gonna vote yet, that I'm voting with the best information at hand. If anyone could speak to, do we have an agreed upon arrangement for the facilities and parking? The correspondence from Bristol Motor Speedway made me think of that, and we had some meetings before where we never got an answer to that as it relates to the flea market and where the state fair is gonna go. And if we do not, I would like to offer that we amend this bill to have that language part of this bill, and that demolition is contingent upon such. If we all want to talk about the elephant in the room and provide insurances, I think we're going to have to give more too. And it's not about anyone being pro-soccer or anti-soccer. We're in the phase of we have to establish trust somewhere. And if that requires us to put more restrictive language into the ordinance, and Councilman Sledge, he's done a great job. He really has. But everyone in this chamber knows we're really not quite there yet as it relates to building public trust with our decisions that we make here in this chamber. So, Mr. Jamison, if you can speak to that, I don't know if the sponsor can, but that's what I'm offering so that we can put more people at ease and so that many of us in this chamber can be more confident in our vote that there are assurances that no one is displaced by the decision that we make tonight.
I don't have any information specific with respect to the parking arrangements that you were inquiring about. I don't know if the sponsor does or the administration table does.
I'll recognize the sponsor.
Sure, I can speak to as much as I know and have been involved with. So part of the conversation about parking obviously has been, and I think this was handed out last week, but also you got an electronic copy about what the total parking spaces are now, what the new parking spaces, and I think there was a gain of about, I want to say like 300 or so on the parking spaces. A lot of that has centered around kind of reconfiguring the portion that's being called Fair Park, not the Fair Park that Councilman O'Connell referred to, but the new park that has multi-use fields. Will have a reinforced turf that you can park upon. That will be better, quite frankly, accommodating to be able to park on once that grows in. It's about a month into growing in and should be prepared for spring. It will not obviously be available for the fair. To my knowledge, the conversations I've had with the Fairgrounds Executive Director is that they have been speaking not only with the State Fair Association, with those executives, but also with a consultant out of Knoxville who has been helping show and figure out how you do these configurations for the fair, showing where places can go, what you could look at both now and in the future. So those conversations have been ongoing and on top of everyone's mind. That's what I'm aware of regarding those two issues, and I do know that the Fair Board in their hearings and deliberations have been pretty adamant in hearing that, and the board also had put into place in their operating agreement to ensure that if there were any conflict on events, that it would go to the executive director level, and there were also additional protections put in for the flea market events.
Thank you. Councilmember Virtue, does that answer your question?
Madam Pro Tem, it does. Attorney Jameson, in the event those arrangements are not adhered to, and I don't believe we received a copy of the operating agreement, so I don't know the language that's part of that agreement. But in the event, whatever it is that's outlined in that agreement, if it's not adhered to, what recourse do we have as a body?
Having not seen the agreement, which usually spells out the remedies in the event of a breach, I don't know what the remedies would be.
So would I be able to amend the substitute to add language that demolition is contingent upon agreed arrangement for use of the facilities in parking areas as it relates to the Nashville Flea Market and the Tennessee State Fair, in addition to the other two amendments that we have?
With a suspension of the rules, you can offer an amendment, a late filed amendment on the floor.
And I know I may not have articulate that concisely, but my intent is to provide an assurance that there will be agreed upon arrangement for the flea market and the Tennessee State Fair. Since what I'm hearing from you, we don't know what our recourse is if there's a breach in the operating agreement, because we haven't been provided the operating agreement. And the racetrack.
The first request would be to suspend the rules.
So, yeah, the first question is we'll need a suspension of the rules.
I would like a suspension of the rules.
Is there an objection to the suspension of the rules? Seeing none, let's compose.
If you would, what I have is that demolition will be contingent upon an agreed arrangement for parking for the flea market and the Tennessee State Fair.
And racetrack.
And racetrack.
And add other existing fairgrounds uses also.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
And other existing fairgrounds uses.
Okay. So we're I'm trying to ask. So we're somewhat constrained in what we can speak for because of the Fair Board's ability and authority over the fairgrounds. So we would probably want to specify between who the parties are that the agreement is between.
The mic on the administrative table is open. Councilmember Cooper.
If legal can help me clean up the amendment, I've expressed my intent.
Well, I'm not sure I'm completely following. I can tell you what the Fair Board has agreed to with the team as part of the term sheet for the operating agreement. And it specifies that the team recognizes the need for parking related to Fairgrounds Nashville events that may occur simultaneously with stadium events. Fairgrounds Nashville shall have the right to the use of parking in the lot adjacent to the Expo Center at all times, including during stadium events. Any parking not needed by the Fairgrounds Nashville during stadium events shall be made available to the team for stadium event parking. So that is in the agreement that the term sheet that the Fair Board has approved with the team.
And was that document was provided to us earlier, is that correct? Yes, okay. Does that language address your concerns with parking?
So I didn't hear, was it anything in there related to the racetrack? I didn't hear that. All other events? So that falls kind of what I was saying earlier, like all other existing uses? Yes. And if they don't agree, we don't know what the recourse is?
Well, again, this was just the term sheet for the operating agreement. The Fair Board will be, assuming all of this passes, the Fair Board will be negotiating the final agreement with the team moving forward. But they did get the primary terms agreed to and voted upon, and that language is in that document.
Okay, so it's not a finalized, agreed upon arrangement yet?
Yeah, it's a term sheet.
Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, good point. Councilmember Sledge, do you want to address that, or shall I keep working through the queue?
I would just, the only comment I would make is I think the sentiment of it, I totally agree with Councilor Vercher. I think all those things need to be in there. It sounds like the term sheet is addressing some of that, and that some of it can be done finalized. I will say in the Fair Board meetings I was at, they kind of are doing contingent language in the same way we're talking about, where things were contingent on this body's approval. So I think there's opportunity here if we want to have some amendment that directs the Fair Board to make such a provision, but I think it's already there. So I would just say, having attended the Fair Board meetings, Fair Board members have been very protective, quite honestly, of both the event agreements and in the term sheet as well. They were talking about event curfews that matched up with all the other events as well, to ensure that everyone was being, quite frankly, treated on a level playing field.
Thank you, good clarification. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I've lost a lot of sleep over this particular issue. There are some issues I don't feel very strongly about, others where I feel strongly one way or the other, and then this is that third kind that I think a lot of us dread, where you can make a compelling argument in either direction. I feel like I could make a pretty comprehensive and compelling one on either side. There's a lot about this deal that gives me heartache. The 10 acres, the lingering mistrust of current users due to proposals in years past and the way those were presented, the perception that it's a choice between public safety and soccer, the idea that it's choice between building a stadium and building other capital projects. The flip side also has some compelling points to it. The fact that most of the costs will be covered by revenue, the potential that this project brings to the property and to the city and the CBA. Ultimately, my decision on the bill comes down to two things. One, I have trouble reconciling the idea of advocating for critical capital projects in my area of town while simultaneously opposing one in another part of town. Two of my constituents who have contacted me either by phone, by email, by social media, or carrier pigeon, 74% of them are in favor. So with heartache and hesitation and with no peace, I'll be voting yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kendall.
Thank you. I was going to wait until we got to 1291 because I thought that might be Bill 1291 might be the more appropriate time for my comments. But since everybody else has kind of spoken to the same comments, I'm going to go ahead and talk. I got a lot of calls, get a lot of calls every day. The calls I get are really not from soccer moms. They're from moms and dads who look for jobs, better wages, affordable housing. But that doesn't mean I'm against soccer. I watch it sometime. I don't understand it all the time, but I watch it. But I think Mr. Swope, Councilman Swope, kind of hit the nail when he talked about we can do it. You know, we can do the three-legged stool with cooperation. I think we've done that with the CBA. You know, when I first looked at I had this concept about giving away 10 acres. But if we didn't have the Nashville Soccer Holding and Stand Up Nashville and the agreement they've come up with, the CBA, we would not be able to do a lot of things that I'm passionate about. And those things are affordable housing. They are minority elevation and participation in this city, especially in the business area, contracting area. What they've done through a lot of negotiations, Mr. Sledge, give you a lot of credit, give Nashville Soccer Holdings people, lawyers, Stand Up Nashville, all the people involved there. Matter of fact, they've even started, in my opinion, this process of employing, involving minorities. They hired a minority law firm. That's kind of a first since I've been on this council. We tried one time with something and it didn't work out. But we're talking about the percentages that they've put into this CBA. So a lot of negotiation, a lot of work. We're talking about 25% on the construction aspect to use minority and women contractors, and with 15% specifically for minority contractors. That's in the construction phase. In the operational phase, meaning operating the stadium and many of the businesses within the 10 acres, they're talking about 15%. Now, my understanding, these are not goals. These are commitments. This is what I've heard from Mr. Ingram and others. And I believe this is a binding contract. It's not between us. It's between Stand Up Nashville and the holding company. So we believe, and we have to have the trust that they're going to do these things, because we haven't done this in the past. I'm sorry, I've been in this city all my life. I worked for the state in a program called the Office of Minority Business Enterprise. I worked for another agency called the Contractors Assistance Program for minorities. And we have never come up with these kind of percentages. We've never come up with the support kind of language in that CBA that would also support minority businesses. I want to be here however long, but I want to be able to stand on this floor, stand somewhere, and be able to say Nashville is an it city for all of its citizens. And right now, I'm sorry, I can't do that. Because when we're talking about minority businesses getting only 1% and 2% of even our city business, then something's wrong with that. When I saw people come to the podium the other night at the public hearing,
Thank you.
I'm through.
Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you. I don't want to belabor the point, and I agree with the things that my councilman said and other colleagues, and I believe in the trust. The one thing I have not heard is the minority ownership. When we have developments like this, I'd like to see minority ownership as a part of these kinds of projects. Like Council Lady Gilmore, I've had Eddie George to call me, but Jesus didn't call me. I called on him. And he sent my mama instead. And she was the most brilliant person, because I've been tossing and turning about this thing, and it just kept sticking in my mind. My mama she had about 5 jobs. That's where I get it from. And she told me, I remember, that 10% of something beats the hell out of 100% of nothing. And with that, and thinking about that, I believe along with the CBA, the other minority participations, all the things that Councilman Kendall spoke of, I have been converted. And I do believe that this is something that can be great for this city. Soccer is the essence of what Nashville is. It's about the diversity. The first person I think about is Mia Hamm. Then I think about Pele. And that's what Nashville is about, is a place for all people to come together and do what we want and need for it to do. And I believe that this is that opportunity that we have been waiting for, and we don't want to miss out.
Thank you.
I am supporting.
Thank you. Councilmember Hagar.
Thank you. You know, I've kept to my convictions on this from the very beginning. I've seen some changes that are going to help, but like I've told everybody, I have nothing against soccer or any type of sports. I've supported every type of sport that's come to Nashville, whether it's pro or semi-pro. The biggest problem I had with this whole project was the 10 acres of land. They came up with a lease agreement, but in that lease agreement, when I review it, based on the value of this property, it's not fair compensation to the city. The other thing that I looked at was the locations that this soccer stadium could go to. I came up with several ideas. I came up with the Metro Center. I came up with the MTA location down by the river off Omaha Drive. That was never considered. The other thing that really bothers me about this is transparency. There's not been enough transparency between the administration and we as the council members. One thing that proved that to me was last Monday night when I got a text about the traffic and parking study. We never had a copy of that, and then all of a sudden it came in about 6:15, 6:30 from somebody on the news. I'm like, where has this been the whole time? Because we had all those meetings downstairs in the jury room, and we asked about that. And they said we didn't have it yet. And then when I look at that traffic and parking study, and I see that the increase of traffic is 28%, and all the design plans that need to be done to accommodate the infrastructure for the stadium, who's going to pay for this? Who's going to pay for it? Nobody's gave me an answer to that either. What really disturbs me is this body can't even let the voters of Nashville vote on a referendum to vote yes or no on this proposal. And that's the biggest problem I have with this whole situation. Plus, for the other reasons, I have only received very few emails out of my district that are for this proposal to begin with. And I feel like probably 80 to 85% of my people in my district are not for this, especially when we're in the budget that we are, where we cannot even give raises to our first responders, our school teachers, and our Metro employees that are the backbone of this government and keep this city going. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bednick.
Oh, I am also upset about not being able to take care of our employees. I wish there would have been something we have done the last couple of months to solve that. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. So I wanted to talk about the CBA a little bit. I got a phone call from Bloomberg News the other day. They were interested in why I had issues with Amazon coming to Nashville. And I was trying to explain to them that because of the state interfering with our efforts to deal with better jobs, housing, affordable housing, and the type of conditions we could put on incentives, that our hands were tied many times. But I also mentioned that I was very excited about the CBA, that we were learning from the people, from the unions, and this development. I think that's more than a silver lining. That's a big spotlight that is shining a light ahead of us to finally bring that equity to everybody, and not just to the very wealthy in the city, the people that can afford those $1 million homes. So I'm very excited about this opportunity to finally be able to share on all that wealth with everybody that has been paying taxes forever and wants to be able to continue living in Nashville. So obviously I'm going to vote for this for many reasons, but I just wanted to say I'm very excited about the CBA, and I want to thank the people on Stand Up Nashville for all the work they've done. Thanks.
Thank you. We've heard from everybody once. I've got some people coming through for the second time. Councilmember Pardue. I just turned your mic on. You're recognized. I was just pointing out that this is your second time.
That's twice tonight you hurt my daggum feelings.
I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I apologize.
Well, I certainly didn't want to talk again. Good Lord. But do you realize from the time I pushed that damn button until I got to stand up and talk, this bill changed 4 times?
I've had a lot of people talk.
Well, but that's the way it's been going ever since the good Lord started talking about a soccer stadium. Everything, you know, it's like shooting at a moving target. I don't know, you know, and we had 2 council members stand up and talk for, I don't know, a couple hours. And both of them, in four different times, they spoke about commitment. Well, I want one of them to write the definition of commitment down for me, so when I go to the fire union and the police union and the park board meeting, I want to be able to explain to them what the hell commitment is, because we sure didn't keep it with them folks. You know, and then you got the main sponsor of this fairground bill had one bill tonight protecting historic property in one part of the district, and then wants to turn right around and kill the historic property in another. I just don't understand how we can continue to do this. You know, either be honest with the voters, or I don't want to cuss, but you need to go somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson, did you want to speak again? Thank you. You're recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, this will be the hardest decision for me because this bill, I believe, needs 27 votes because it includes demolition. So, you know, I was the no voter originally because, you know, process was wrong because it could have been better. You know, it makes us look bad back then. But after studying every single contract, grant lease agreement, term sheet, you know, quite frankly, I was reading all these detail. And then I understand it specifically state they will protect and enhance existing usage, you know, such as flea market, expo center, and racetrack. So they are committed to make historical event and traditional event continue and enhance. So some of my friends will say, do you believe that? Yes, I do believe that. I think sometimes, you know, we have to believe and trust, and I think that's the beauty of the Music City. You know, we have been doing this, you know, existing a long time. It does not mean how it rolled out is right, but we as a city came together when it has to move forward in the critical moment. And I know it's hard decision for everybody, for me too, because I don't want to discount 47,000 people who voted referendum on Fairground. But it does not mean do not touch it. If we can make it better, if we can, you know, protect tradition, if we can keep those activity and bring it to the next generation in a better sense, I think, you know, those people will understand it. I mean, literally, I had one constituent talk to me, how much are you getting paid to pass this bill? Nothing. So let's, you know, have a civility and trust, and then let's kind of move forward. What we can do, we can come together as a city because we made a commitment. And I would like to ask our administration table, I know you are working so hard, but because of this financial uncertainty until we have certain revenue, but I would like to actively, make commitment, next budget, you will make employee cost of living adjustment, those payment, you as an administration to make as a commitment. I think I've got, mayor is actively working on that, but I would like to kind of put on the record, just you make employee commitment as a priority. So no, negotiation now on. So we would like administration to make commitment every opportunity you got, that as a city, as a commitment. So one thing, community engagement, community benefit agreement, I really want to, thank everybody who worked, because this is the ones, first time in Tennessee. They don't have to do that. I mean, what, so excite me is not only affordable house portion and not only, wage, but also protect the worker safety agreement. Because you know how many workers are, get injured at the job. We don't talk about it, but it's happening. But, ownership team,
thank you.
Came up with a great.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't think it is that hard of a decision for a lot of people. If we actually take a minute to think about something, at some point, the spending in the city has to reflect the priorities of the people. I've heard extensively about all of the great things that the community benefits are going to bring to the table, but overwhelmingly right now, native Nashvillians are being forced out of the city and being displaced. You have entire sections of the city who've waited decades for improvements, basic things. And so while I may have spoken earlier about tongue-in-cheek with my resolution, I was serious in asking for or wanting that practice facility to go in District 1 simply as, an economic catalyst, but that's simply considering on paper for 4 decades we've not gotten things that we've asked for. So trust is far and in between. And when you have, and I hate to beat this dead horse, when you have a fair housing assessment that the entire council body has read through and passed through 3 readings that says you have intentionally done certain things in certain portions of the city, I need a little bit more than trust and hope and wish and maybe next time before I can feel comfortable with some of this. And coming from a district that has the most in Metro employees in it, I can tell you where my district comes down on not getting the cost of living raises. I can tell you how most of those Metro employees who are also union workers come down on this. And so everybody wants to be the good soldier and do their part. I'm no different. I'm not here to be oppositional, but I'm also here to represent my district. And my district overwhelmingly has let me know where they stand. And so I will do my part to relieve the ills of the city, but I need at some point somebody to have an honest conversation with me, because a lot of the things that we've discussed that we're hopeful about and that are being included in this CBA, as a body, we've got the opportunity to address at any time. There are plenty of things we can do about affordable housing. There are plenty of things we can do about minority participation. I've watched intently and seen legislation come before this body about minority participation, about affordable housing. I watched intently as we discussed transit just a short time ago, how affordable housing wasn't part of that conversation. So there are plenty of things I think we can do, but we've got to take stock and look at just what short period of time ago we were operating at a surplus and how fast we got into the opposite or got into the red, and how we can adjust our spending and our priorities to make sure not only do we come out of that deficit, but move forward in a practical manner.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy.
I'm going to be very brief because a lot of y'all have said what my thoughts were already tonight, and I didn't prepare out a long speech because I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to say and how I wanted to come down on it, and a lot of y'all quite honestly, as usual, spoke better than I would. I wanted to touch on a couple things. I'm a Nashville native. I grew up here. I've seen our city change. Tomorrow's my birthday, so I've seen it change a lot over the years. And I like the uses at the fairgrounds. I've gone there in high school, when I was in grade school, when I was in college here, and as an adult. And just to get my plug in one more time, that I am a state fair ribbon winner. I love the state fair. I wish that we had more of an agreement with the state fair to make sure that all their needs were being taken care of, but that just, they haven't gotten there yet. What I have learned over the last 11 years working at the state level on policy and legislation is that no piece of legislation is absolutely perfect every time. There's always going to be second thoughts and things that come up later, and how do we approach that? And that was something that when I was running for office, I talked a lot about, you know, if there are unintended consequences, you go back and you fix them. If there are things that we don't like about this deal, then we go back and we fix them for the next deal so that we don't continue having the same fights and arguments over and over. I didn't like how much of our last budget that we are relying on the sale of real estate for our operating expenses. So later this month and next month, we're going to be having a debate over my legislation that I filed saying that we can't use the sale of real estate to fund our operating expenses. And I look forward to that conversation with y'all because it's something that I didn't like in the process this year when we went back on our promise to our employees. And so I'm having us continue that difficult conversation. And so tonight, this deal is not my favorite. Am I crazy about the 10 acres? Absolutely not. But sometimes we have to get and work through the best that we can for the overall city. And when it comes down to there are things that I don't like about this, I have to listen to my constituents who've said, like some of y'all, that they spoke greatly to us. And so I think in all my rambling tonight, that you've indulged me, I want to really challenge the rest of us that have some issues with this procedure to sit down after this and say, how can we make the next one better? Because this is better than the last one. And that process will continue. And so I just invite you all to you know, not just use it as a negative because you don't like a piece of this. Let's use that as a catalyst for change to keep this city making great progress forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Hastings.
Thank you. I'm glad I'm here. Today is my anniversary, and I want to call for the question. Thank you. Yeah.
You have to start with that.
Oh, okay. What?
I wish you happy anniversary.
Oh, thank you, but.
You have to start with that, according to council. Is that correct? Has to be the first thing you say. Maybe the next person will call for the question. Councilmember Glover.
Call the question.
Thank you. He rescued you. Okay, it has been well debated. We have voted on a substitute. We did vote on those two amendments, correct? We call for the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, we're now ready to vote. We should probably go straight to roll call. Madam Clerk. Can we open the machines?
I called it Ms. Johnson's motion. Voice vote. What's up? Okay, you're going to have to close it out.
Active, so I activated
Oh, okay.
it and then started.
Okay.
Has everyone voted? Can you close the machine? Motion passes. Now we go to the resolution. Is this one we moved it to? 1291, I wrote in the wrong place. Okay, so next is Substitute Bill 2018-1290. Call it, let's see. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Madam
Oops,
President.
I need to read that, thank you.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Let me read the caption. Changes 10.0 acres from IWD to SP zoning for property located at 300 Rains Avenue to permit a mixed-use development. You're recognized. Councilmember Sledge.
Sorry, I'm having a little trouble concentrating,
I can't imagine why.
Madam President.
We would ask that you exit the chamber quietly, please.
I would ask for committee reports, please.
Okay. Councilmember Bedney.
The Planning Committee recommended approval, 13-4-0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Sledge.
So I've got a request here, and I'm just going to make sure I'm getting all my paperwork straight. All right, so Bill 1290. There is a timely filed amendment that I'm going to offer, and then I'm going to ask for a favor. So I'm going to move amendment. It was an unmarked amendment, but it's the only timely filed amendment to 1290 with a brief explanation.
Okay.
So this portion has language in it that I think can be helpful only if we do one thing. So I'm going to ask that if we could suspend Rules 11 and 15 for the purposes of amending this amendment to remove a clause.
Mr. Jameson, you want to tell us what 11 and 15 are?
11 is the filing deadline, and 15 is the amendments deadline.
Okay. So is there any objection to the suspending of Rules 11 and 15? Councilmember?
Oh, thank you. So my amendment to the amendment would be to remove the clause that begins with in accordance and ends with Exhibit A in Section 7, and I would move that amendment to the amendment.
Okay, so we are voting on the amendment to the amendment. Councilmember, is there a second? Thank you. Councilmember Henderson, is this on the amendment to the amendment? Yes. Okay, you are recognized.
Thank you. It's really just a point of information. You said the clause that begins something and ends something else, but effectively, what does that removal do or change do, please?
It doesn't change any content of the amendment. There is a reference to an exhibit that doesn't exist, and so I'm trying to keep it clean.
Fair enough. Any other questions on the amendment to the amendment? We are voting on the amendment to the amendment. All in favor? Opposed? Amendment to the amendment passes. Now we are back on the amendment as amended.
So this amendment puts in the fact that there is a voluntary affordable housing, as we have done in other SPs, and then it also puts in the portion, about the square feet of retail for micro-unit incubators on a sliding scale, and with that, I would move the amendment as amended.
It's been moved and seconded. And Councilmember Henderson, you're not re-upping, are you? Okay. All right, I see no one in the queue. We are voting on the amendment. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Amendment passes. Councilmember, we're on your bill as amended.
Thank you. So this is the rezoning bill regarding the 10 acres of mixed-use development that many folks have addressed already. The only things that I would point you to, if you've got some questions that haven't been addressed, some folks were referring to the CBA that Nashville Soccer Holdings and Stand Up Nashville agreed to. I do want to direct folks to the infographic that has been placed on your desk, as well as the executed version of the CBA. And I want to make a couple of points on that. First of all, I honestly don't think that Stand Up Nashville, Nashville Soccer Holdings can be given enough credit for the deliberations that they have undertaken, quite frankly, I think for something like the past 5 months. This is an agreement between two parties that I think probably would readily admit that they come with different perspectives on a lot of things, but they appear to have worked extremely hard on the agreement that affects this portion. With that being said, I would quite frankly just move approval.
Is there a second? Okay. Seeing no one in the queue, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Now we're on BL 2018-1291 as amended by Sledge, Vercher, and Bedney. This declares property surplus and approves the execution and delivery of a ground lease between Metro Government and the Board of Fair Commissioners and Nashville Soccer Holdings Development, LLC, for the construction of a development at the Fairgrounds, Nashville. Councilmember Sledge.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Bedney. Oops, wait a minute, is that right? Let me start with Councilmember Verscher.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Budget and Finance approved as amended, 14-4, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Swope.
Codes Fairs Farmers Market approved, 7-4, 0 against.
Councilmember Hurt.
Conventions, Tourism, and Public Entertainment Committee voted for 7 and 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you. So I'm going to once again request to suspend rules 11 and 15 for purposes of introducing an amendment that gives the legal description.
Okay.
Sorry, Fabian. We keep.
Because he's so far back. Councilmember Bednick.
Yeah, I'm kind of tiny. It's hard to see me.
That's it.
So the Planning Committee recommended approval of the late file amendment 13-4-0 against and approve as amended 13-4-0 against.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. Councilmember Sledge.
No, that's fine. So I would ask to suspend the rules 11 and 15 for purposes of introducing an amendment that gives the legal description of the meets and bounds area addressed by the ground lease agreement.
Is there any objection to a suspension of the rules? Seeing none.
Thank you. So that amendment does exactly what I just said. It gives the text version. We had put this in administratively, but out of an abundance of caution and concern, it is now taken the form of an amendment, and I would move the amendment.
Is there a second? Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to note, please, for the record, that I was a no on 1290. I requested to speak, but I was not acknowledged on 1290.
My apologies.
So if you could just record me, please, as a no.
Do you have that, Madam Clerk? I'm sorry. I thought that was a leftover. I apologize for not recognizing.
I apologize. I had because I wasn't speaking to the amendment, and then I had to repress the button. But so on 1291, I guess I will share some remarks that are similar to what I was going to say as it relates to 1290. I think we have all expressed as colleagues that are some of our biggest heartburn with this deal as crafted by the administration was the 10 acres. And so I guess I just wonder then, colleagues, why if that has been a concern for us, that we are so quick now that the other bill has passed to just kind of move on through this without discussion. The question was called when we were to speak on this 10 acres at public hearing. So again, I would ask that we look at this piece and remember that we do not have an infinite supply of public land. And while I shared that I think the stadium can work at the fairgrounds location, and I understand the concern around having kind of associated or invigorating uses around that stadium, I don't believe that we need 10 acres to do that. And so, effectively, if we look at the new appraisal for this land that we are about to vote to surplus, most recently it was appraised at $20 million. Some folks still think that's low. And so the lease agreement was amended with a, I guess, $200,000 token amount of a ground lease for 99 years. But the present value of that lease over 99 years is $4 million, colleagues. So effectively, we are giving this ownership group $16 million to develop and profit fully from public land for non-stadium uses. So I guess I would just ask us if we have all, over these last 9 months, expressed the greatest heartburn as it relates to this deal related to this 10 acres, I would ask us to think more critically about what we are doing here in giving this land away and what it means fiscally, what it means logistically, to all the various parking concerns. And as well, Councilman Hager spoke earlier to, the traffic study. And, there are different implications for a event-based use, right? You have a soccer event, and that happens a certain number of times a year, and that definitely has an acute impact, but you can plan around that with special traffic patterns. People in the neighborhood can adjust their behavior accordingly. But if you bring to this site hotel, office building, housing, the traffic study says that's a 28% increase. The things that it speaks to needing to address that require geodet for us to make those improvements. So everything builds on everything else. And so you can be for soccer, and as am I in Nashville. I think we as a council body are excited about soccer being here. But not for this 10 acres, because frankly, we have asked and asked and asked for the financial justification of this incentive or inducement, and it has never been proven to be fiscally sound. Yes. And so I would ask colleagues to think critically about this, and even though we voted in a majority to support this, to not support the surplusing of this property.
Thank you. Councilmember Pardue.
I'm tired talking, let it go.
All right. Councilmember Glover.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on with machines. For 90, I was a no too. I thought we were going to machine vote, but I was a no on 90, as I will be on this one. Okay, so I don't know if we're planning on doing machine votes on this, but
Okay. Let me ask you, do we need to go back and do a machine vote? Because we just need a majority. Okay.
Well,
If you want to call for a machine vote, we can do that.
yes, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. If it pleases the body, I would like to offer my amendment. I know that 10 acres has, sorry.
I just have a quick point of order, and I do enjoy my friend Councilman Freeman. I'm not stepping on your toes, I promise.
Okay.
We're still on the late filed amendment.
Okay.
So I would
Thank
ask
you
if
for
we
pointing
can
that
address
out. All right, let's go ahead and address that. So we are specifically on his late filed amendment, then we'll come to yours. Remind us specifically which.
This is the one where it articulates the meets and bounds.
Meets and bounds,
Yeah.
okay. Thought we voted on that. All right. So that's been moved and seconded? Seconded. All in favor of the late filed amendment? Any opposed? My apologies. Okay. Back to you, Councilmember Freeman.
All right, thank you. As I was saying on the amendment, do I need to move to suspend the rules before I talk about it or afterwards?
Yours was timely filed. You don't have to suspend the rules.
Sweet.
This is a zoning bill, so.
Gotcha. As Council Lady Henderson was talking about this 10-acre piece,
Isn't it a zoning bill?
I'm sorry, Councilman, you do need to suspend. It's on third reading.
asked and answered.
Really? We'll give you the final.
All right, I
Yes.
would like to move to suspend the rules, please.
Is there an objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, Councilmember Freeman.
All right, thank you. As Council Lady Henderson was so eloquently saying, the 10-acre piece is the heartburn piece. It's the piece that nobody cared for. And why was the 10 acres given a 99-year land lease and the stadium a 30-year deal, a 30-year lease? I think that some of the anti-MLS group even spoke to the fact that they could stomach the deal if the land lease matched the stadium lease. And it was my intention with this amendment to tie the team directly to this land lease. For instance, if the team were to leave the stadium, they no longer need to collect revenue from this 10-acre mixed-use development. If the team ownership, if the primary owners, if they leave or sell the team, why do they need to continue to collect revenue from this 10-acre piece? So obviously, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. James and let him kind of explain the ins and outs, the do's and don'ts, and I would appreciate any comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Jameson.
The amendment offered by Councilman Freeman, it makes a minor correction to a minor typographical error in Section 1. Section 2 would provide that among the grounds that constitute a default, it would add a new provision and state the lessee's failure to host games at the project property played by Nashville Soccer Holdings Major League Expansion franchise for any single period of 24 consecutive months during the first 30 years of the ground lease, the duration of the stadium lease, would constitute a default, which could lead to termination of the agreement.
And thank you. And I believe I was just reminded by my colleague that I need to move the amendment.
Been moved and seconded. There are several people in the queue. Do you want to speak on the amendment, or raise your hand if you want to speak on the amendment? Or, okay, Councilmember Glover on the amendment.
On Councilman Freeman's, right?
Councilman
Okay, I
Freeman's
just want to make sure. So, Mr. Jameson, because this is late filed and we're kind of listening, trying to figure out what's going on here. So if there's a 24-month period in the 30 years, what about after the 30 years?
This is only concerned with the duration of the underlying stadium lease, and so
So the team stays there for 30 years, and then after that they say bye-bye, and they still get to stay with the 10 acres, and that just keeps on keeping on.
I think the assumption is after 30 years that then that has met its expectation.
Well, I'm certain it would have met their expectations, so, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the queue wishing to speak on the amendment, raise your hand. Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I support Councilman Freeman's thoughtful amendment because it's beginning to think through the ramifications of these multi-year leases, and I don't really think we've done enough of that, but I'm grateful to the councilman for this very thoughtful amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendez on the amendment.
Yes, I hate to lawyer this, I guess, but the amendment uses the phrase project property. It says that a soccer game has to be played at the project property, otherwise it's a default. And I think under the terms of the lease, what's intended is that if a soccer game isn't held at the stadium, it would be a default under the lease. And so my suggestion to the sponsor would be, while we're amending or suspending rules, that it really ought to say stadium rather than project property. But I'll leave it to the actual lawyers to comment on that.
Mr. Actual Lawyer.
I think the stadium is included within the project property?
Not if you read the lease.
Not. If it's not, my understanding was that the stadium was included, that the project property was the overall descriptive as stated in the rest of 1291, but I might suggest a suspension of the rules by Mr. Freeman to convert that word to stadium property.
Well, I think with Mr. Sledge's amendment, with the property description, it makes project property limited to the 10 acres.
So, Mr.
So my suggestion would be that I know how we love amending amendments, but my suggestion to the sponsor of this would be to delete the reference to project property and insert a reference to stadium in his amendment.
Mr. Freeman. He accepts that as a friendly amendment. So I'm going to say it's your amendment to his amendment, and he says it's friendly. Is there a second? Is there any objection to suspension of the rules? Okay, it's been moved, seconded, and not objected to. We are voting on the amendment to the amendment. All in favor? Opposed? Hand waving counts too. Okay. So now we are back on the amendment, which we have amended. Are there any other questions on the amendment? Are we ready to vote on the amendment as amended? So, okay, we are voting on the amendment to, Councilmember Elrod, are you wishing to speak on? No, okay. So there's several people in the queue. They're not on the amendment. They're on when we come back to this. Is that correct? We're ready to vote on the amendment. All in favor of Councilmember Freeman's amendments, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Okay, amendment passes. Now we are back on people in the queue to speak on the bill. Councilmember Hagar?
This for legal, Mr. Jameson. What is the definition of surplus property as far as metropolitan government is concerned?
So the Metro Code spells out in Chapter 12 a provision whereby property that is owned by the metropolitan government, and if it's no longer used or needed by the particular department using it, it goes through the finance department, the property division, that then advertises to other departments that this property is being contemplated for being declared surplus. If no other department expresses the need or desire for the use of the property, it can then come with the approval of the Metro Council, be disposed of by the finance department, either by sale, long-term lease, et cetera.
Has this been advertised that way for other departments to use?
I don't know what the finance department or the property manager has done with respect to this property.
So we don't even know if it's been advertised for other departments to use this 10 acres.
Councilman, it went through the same mandatory referral process that all other surplus proposals go through.
And what is that?
It's submitted to various departments for review and sign off.
So you're saying there's not any department within Metro that needed that 10 acres of land?
I'm saying that no one claimed it. No, sir.
All right, so it was passed around to every department in Metro? Yes or no?
I'm hearing from finance that it's every department in Metro, Councilman.
And nobody wanted it?
It was not claimed, but ultimately the council makes that decision. By ordinance, if the council approves an ordinance declaring something surplus, it wouldn't have mattered anyway, because one ordinance has the same weight as any other ordinance. But this did go through the same surplus process that everything else has.
So what we're playing here is some word games as far as I'm concerned, correct? As to whether something's surplus or not? Thank you.
Councilmember Glover.
Yeah, I want to expand on the surplusing piece also, because I find it somewhat unbelievable that nobody else wanted it in Metro. And I thought the last time we were talking about this, I thought the administration table said that the surplus rules on this didn't work the same way as other surplus property did. If I go back and look at that, I'm pretty certain that's what I heard. Am I kind of remembering that?
That's correct, but
Okay.
what I'm saying is an effort was made to go through the mandatory referral process like all other surplus property dispositions. In previous years, this lease agreement would not, surplus would never come into play. That was the result of the council ordinance recently that required long-term leases to be declared surplus. So that's why it's going through this process.
Okay, well, so I'm kind of like Councilman Hager on that. Anyway, again, just another bad part of this in a time where obviously the city needs money and revenues, and even with this, the way it's structured, we might get $1 million of the property taxes a year, and that's going to be about it. So it's continues to point to bad deal being negotiated.
Thank you. Councilmember Scott Davis.
We got a bill coming up pretty soon. I think I deferred it to October, second meeting October. And we have a potential building coming up that we may need a surplus. And I've heard people talk about, hey, we're gonna vote against selling property to help us pay for our obligations. But we're willing to do 99-year leases and to give property away, which is giving a lot of us a lot of heartburn. But we're not willing to sell a building which we no longer will need once the Sheriff's Department's building is built in Brett Withers District, and once the new jail is finished. And so instead of selling that and doing a deal like we did with the convention center downtown, getting $10 million up front like we did with, I think it was $7 or $5 million with the convention center, and then potentially taking $30 million and honoring the COLA, you know, I'm going to support this, okay? But in less than a month from now, we're going to be right back here. And once again, I'm just pointing it out now. I mean, because we're starting to look a little bit hypocritical around here. And I'm just saying, okay? And so we're going to be revisiting this, okay? And so I am just pointing it out. You know what I mean? Because we're going to have similar discussions pretty soon. And I'm open to it, but we just got to remember it. You know what I mean? What we just did here tonight, okay? Because we have a chance to do something similar that actually gives money back to our employees, but then we're going to bring legislation that says, oh, we don't want to do that. You know what I mean? Let's not sell our property so that we can help our employees, but hey, let's just give Mr. Ingram 99-year lease. So once again, I try to do what I say I'm going to do, okay? All right, hey, we're going to give Ingram 10 acres. You know, if the sheriff's department and other metro departments do not need the old sheriff's department's building when the sheriff says he no longer needs it, you know, when the new jail is built and when they start construction in this young man's district, you know, we need to sell it for $27, $35 million. Help with COLA, help with a lot of different things in the city. You know, and I'm just bringing it back because we're going to have these same discussions here, and the same people that voted, which, yes, I did. I was one in 27, and I want to vote for this to get this done for the stadium, are going to vote against this, but they voted for this, and it's hypocritical. It is, and I rest on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. This is a question to the administration table. I understand this becomes surplus property because recently we as a body changed the language in regards to lease over 50 years. Is there any other lease over 50 years currently?
I'm not aware, possibly the Union Station and the Customs House. I believe those are over 50 years.
So what's the difference would be this new surplus and the old lease? Is there any specific difference? Because those are lease, but this one will be surplus. Just a language difference or a lease agreement difference? How does it work?
Well, those were prior leases that were done before that ordinance went into effect. So if there was another lease come down the road that was over 50 years, it would go through that process as well.
So in this surplus, although it will surplus, but after the 99 years, the surface property will coming back to the metro.
Correct. It would go back to the Fair Board at the end of the 99 years. That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. Two quick things, and then I'd ask colleagues to vote. One, I've got the mandatory referral letter as the council member of the district where the fairgrounds is located. It came to my home address. So if anybody needs to see the mandatory referral letter where it says it went through the departments, they can. And also just to follow up on what Attorney Cooper was talking about, there actually is we actually did a 99-year lease here in this body in District 17 for the affordable and workforce housing at 12th and Wedgwood. So we do have another one that's been on the books in the last few years. So with that, I would ask for your support for the bill as amended.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, it's been moved and seconded as amended. All right, all those in favor? I'm sorry.
Councilman Glover.
A roll call vote was called for. Thank you for the reminder. Madam Clerk, can you open the machines? Has everyone voted? Please close the machines.
30 in favor, none against.
Motion passes. Now we are on RS 2018-1328, which was rolled at the request of the council member. This issues general obligation bonds of the metropolitan government in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $50 million. Sponsors Schulman and Sledge. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports, please.
Okay, Councilmember Vercher.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 8-4, 2 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Swope.
Codes, Fairs, Farmers Market recommended approval, 4-0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Madam President. The Conventions, Tourism, and Public Entertainment voted 5-4 and 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Sledge.
I'm trying to make sure Fabian doesn't need to give a committee report.
Oh,
He doesn't.
he does not. But thank you for checking.
So this is what we've discussed before, the 25 and 25. I would just move approval.
Okay, I have one member in the queue, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. As I said before, on the 10 acres, we do not have an infinite supply of public land. We also do not have an infinite debt capacity. Debt has to be serviced, colleagues, and we have an increasing amount of our operational budget going to debt service. I think it currently stands at 13% in the last budget. So when we talk about these deals and the various aspects and the related capital cost, and we try to hold each other accountable and be mindful of the trade-offs, I think it's important to remember how much of our operational budget now goes to debt service. The question that I would like to pose to the administration as it relates to this $50 million in GeoDebt, 25 and 25. So 25 to the fairgrounds specifically, 25 to related road extensions, intersections, various things that support it. Do we actually have a menu of things, a spending plan for this $50 million? And if so, what's on that menu and that list? Further, who makes the determination how this money is dispersed and to whom, for what? How are we prioritizing the merits of this spending? If we need to extend a road, but also expand an intersection, and apparently we haven't talked to TDOT and we haven't talked to CSX about railroad trestles and so forth, and all these related improvements that are now going to be needed because we just approved 10 acres of mixed-use zoning with hotels and office buildings and apartment buildings, and a 28% increase in traffic. Is it the Sports Authority? Is it the Fair Board? Is it this body? Is it the administration? Is it who is approving and prioritizing the disbursement of this $50 million in debt? Please.
So the 25 million that goes for the fairgrounds, that's the Fair Board, that's under their purview. The other 25 million for infrastructure, we have a project manager that is overseeing the work out there, and so it will be the contractor that's doing the work at the fairgrounds. Some of it could be through them, some of it may be through Public Works, I'm just not sure. But they do have a list of infrastructure items. They do have that menu, as you refer to it. I don't have that, but I know that Mr. Gobble has been in consultation with NES and with various, doing preliminary due diligence on that. But once the deal is approved, then they would go through the exercise of finalizing those plans.
So once the deal is approved, then we'll look at all the needs. So has the council seen that menu that's associated with this $50 million in general obligation debt?
I don't know. I don't think so because I don't have a document that shows that. I just know that Mr. Gobble has been in consultation with the various entities that, with NES to determine what electrical feeds would be needed and that kind of thing.
Okay, so colleagues, I guess what I would point to is that, we do have a CIB and a capital spending plan. There's transparency and there is objective merit in ranking those. And not having an appropriate level, I think, of transparency on how we're going to spend this money, I would move that we defer this bill until we get that list and the menu that Mr. Gobble has worked so diligently on, but we've not yet seen.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on a deferral? Councilmember Sledge. Oops.
I move to table the deferral motion.
Okay, we have a motion to table the deferral motion. There can be debate between Councilmember Sledge and Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember, who goes first? Okay, you speak first on the tabling motion.
Okay, so colleagues, as you know, it's been a long night. We've had a lot of discussion on the various portions of this legislation, and we have already had a lot of discussion, quite frankly, on this particular piece of legislation without discussing this legislation regarding the bond issue. This bond issue, again, is $25 million for the infrastructure associated with the stadium, and it's $25 million for the improvements at the fairgrounds property. Those improvements include many of the things that we have all talked about tonight that we all want to see at the fairgrounds, whether that's new and improved flea market and expo facilities, whether that's new utilities, whether that's, quite frankly, just a fairgrounds that is brought up to code and into the 21st century. These are the things that we need to be doing in order for everything to occur, in order for every piece to work together, just like all the pieces of this legislation are tied together. So with all that said, I think it's fairly obvious that deferring this hurts the entire plan, just as it did in the previous conversation we had about this particular resolution. I would ask for my colleagues to vote yes for the tabling motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I speak against the tabling motion because we've already voted on everything else. This is moving forward, but I think it's incumbent upon us, again, in a world where there's not infinite debt and we don't have infinite operational budget dollars to service that debt, to make sure that we understand what the priorities are for the spending of this money. And that is what we do, again, through our CIB, through our capital spending plan. Those things have objective merit. And so, perhaps we only need $40 million for this, or 30, or maybe, surprise, we need 65 million. But I think it would be important that this body, before approving this debt, knows specifically what all these expenditures would be. And for that reason, I would ask you please to vote against the tabling motion so we could either discuss this more. This is simply a request for a one-meeting deferral to see that list and all that good work that Mr. Gobble has been doing, and the fair board and the director of the fair. And, I don't think it should be that hard to get this council a list so that we can vote in an informed way and with transparency to our community, when so much of this deal, with all due respect, has not been transparent. Thank you.
Thank you. You've heard the debate on the tabling motion. We are voting on the tabling motion. If you vote yes on the tabling motion, we will not vote on the deferral. Is that clear? All in favor of the tabling motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Sounded clear, but we'll do it. We'll do a machine vote. Madam Clerk, will you open the machine? We are still voting on the tabling motion, to be very clear on what the vote was. So again, this is the motion to table the deferral. If you vote yes on the tabling motion, we don't vote on the deferral. Is that clear? Has everyone voted? Okay, please close the machines.
24 in favor and 10 against.
So we're back on the bill. Resolution, sorry.
Call the question.
All right, you're voting on the bill resolution? Correct. So we are, all in favor of the question? Any opposed? Question passes. We are on RS 2018-1328. We've called for the question, and we are now voting. Correct. We're on the actual vote on the bill. Is that clear?
Point of order, please.
Yes, sir.
I request a machine vote on this also.
Fair enough. Madam Clerk, can you open the machines? Has everyone voted?
Yes.
Okay, please close the machines.
28 in favor, 6 against.
Motion passes. Now we are back on bills on third reading. BL 2018-1292, as amended by Sledge, amends the Metro Code regarding Public Records Commission membership and the provision of secretarial duties. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Madam President. Move approval.
Is there a second? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Bill passes. Next is BL 2018-1295, sponsors O'Connell, amends the Metro Code to add Symphony Place and the John Siegenthaler pedestrian bridge to the designated rights-of-way, upon which street vendors shall not be permitted to operate within the downtown code and core frame districts, subject to the limitations of Chapter 13.08. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Hurt is gone. Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes, on behalf of the Convention, Tourism, and Public Entertainment Facilities Committee, we voted 4 in favor and 0 against.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move approval.
There's a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Bill, motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1296, sponsors Vircher, Roten, and O'Connell, approves a revocable license agreement between the Metro Board of Parks and Recreation and Glowco LLC for the use of Riverfront Park and Descend Amphitheater. Councilmember Vircher.
Without committee reports in, I move for approval.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 28-1297, sponsors Roten, Vircher, and others, authorizes Metro Department of Water and Sewer Services to enter into an agreement with KJPL Riverwood LLC to fund the operation and maintenance of a public pressure sewer extension for its development at the Village of Riverwood. Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move approval.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1298, sponsors Vircher, Bedney, and Elrod. This authorizes the acquisition of right-of-way easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights for purposes of the Brewers Drive sidewalk improvements. Councilmember Vircher.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. At the request of the district council member, I want to move for a one-meeting deferral.
One meeting deferral. Is there a second? All in favor, one meeting deferral? Any opposed? Bill is deferred. Next is BL 2018-1298, sponsors Vircher, Bedney, and Elrod. This authorizes the acquisition of right-of-way easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights for purposes of the Brewer Drive sidewalk improvements. Whoops. That's the one we just did. Sorry, I scratched the wrong one out. On to BL 2018-1299, sponsors Pulley, Bedney, and Elrod. This abandons existing sewer main and easements and accepts new sanitary sewer mains, a sanitary sewer manhole, and easements for property located at 4,000 Hillsborough Pike. Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. With all committee reports in, I would move approval.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1300, Murphy, Bedney, and Elrod. This abandons existing sanitary sewer main and easements for properties located at 211 and 231 Ensworth Place. Councilmember Murphy.
Move for approval.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1301, sponsors Withers, Bedney, and Elrod. This abandons existing sanitary sewer main and easement and accepts new sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, fire hydrants, and easements for 6 properties located at South 6th Street. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. With all committee reports being in, I would like to request approval.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1302, sponsors Kendall, Bedney, and Elrod. This removes existing clay sanitary sewer mains and sanitary sewer manholes and replaces with new sanitary sewer mains and sanitary sewer manholes within the existing public utility easement for property located at 2300 Patterson Street. Councilmember Kendall.
All committee reports in, I move approval.
Been moved and seconded. We need people to stay in the room, so we'll have a quorum. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 2018-1303, sponsors Withers, Bedney, and Elrod. This abandons a portion of alley number 451 right-of-way and easement. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. With all committee reports being in, I would like to request approval.
Approval. Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Finally is BL 2018-1304, O'Connell, Bedney, and Elrod. This abandons a portion of Magazine Street right-of-way. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm kind of at a loss for words here. I guess I will move approval.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? I have 3 announcements. I want to remind you that Election Day is Thursday for our real vice mayor. And nominations for the Health and Education Board are due at our next meeting. And if there is a motion to adjourn, we'll adjourn. We are adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.